Councilmember Hoffman? Councilmember Bash? Councilmember Alleman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer? Mayor Newton?
Here.
All present, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now open the budget workshop, and I'll call upon Andy to present.
Okay, good afternoon, council members and staff. It's been 2 months now since staff has been trying to compile the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. As you can, if you look around, some of the staff that are supposed to be here today are not here because they're all not feeling well. But we're here to continue the show. And the show is no different from what we've done in the past. So you're very familiar with it. So we'll go through it. I know you have a long evening ahead of you. So we're going to be as brief as possible when we can to make sure you get the highlights of what this is in this budget. You also have a binder that has the details of what is in the budget. But most of our discussions this afternoon is going to be fairly brief. As far as the budget, the way I kind of look at it is the way we view this budget here is like a little bit of a history. So we take a look at where we started last year, and then gonna take a look at where we are today and where we are going with respect to the budget. In terms of our plan of action to get this budget presentation done, here's what we're going to be doing. As I said, we're going to take a look back a little bit with respect to this current fiscal year 2021-2022 operating budget. See what is going on with that. Some of the information on there is really the information that is part of your regular City Council agenda tonight, which is your third quarter budget to actual. But I kind of want to put that into perspective. We're going to look at what are the key factors that are affecting the budget that we are presenting for fiscal year 2023? There's always something driving a budget. And as usual, we'll take a look at fiscal year 2023 general fund revenues, expenditures, and fund balance. Then the key general fund revenue and expenditure trends for the last 10 years. I think that is always good to those trends to take a look at it. To see how much progress we are making with respect to some key revenue components of the general fund. The American Rescue Plan, we will talk a little bit about that. It will be just one slide there, a page. The purpose of that will just simply to explain to you where we are with the allocation that was given to the city of Norco, how much of it has been allocated, how much of it is remaining, and how much we are asking for to be incorporated into the fiscal year 2023 budget. Then we'll take a look at our enterprise funds, the water and sewer funds. We'll take a look at a couple of miscellaneous fund, specifically the gas tax fund and the Mpdes Fund revenues and expenditures. Then we'll get into the review of department budgets. This is where department heads will provide you some additional details with respect to what is in each one of their departments and divisions. As we've done over the last couple of years, one of the things I have tried to do is when I submit a budget to you, I submit it on a status quo budget, which is here's the resources that we need to fund the programs and services that are currently ongoing and to pay the staff that is currently here. And then we take a look at supplemental requests, and the City Council considers those and provides some direction to staff. And finally, we will do our FY 2023 to 2027, 27 CIP budget. That will be the last thing. So hopefully we get all of this done in 2 budget sessions, but if we need additional sessions to do that, we'll take it. But we'll let you know. The idea again is today is we'll have another budget study session on May 31st. And then the second meeting in June is June 15. That is actually when the budget is supposed to be approved. But most likely, if there is a need for it, we'll have another special budget study session to wrap up so that we can have the budget approved on June 15th. Okay. I want to take a look at the status of our current year budget. You know, when COVID, last year when we were doing this budget, we kind of had an idea of what COVID was doing with the economy, how we were being impacted. We were also aware of the money that came from the federal government, the Rescue Plan, Coronavirus State and Local Relief Fund that was provided. And that gave us some opportunities to reallocate some costs from the general fund to the American Rescue Plan Fund during the fiscal year. So I'm going to kind of recap a little bit about where we have been with that budget. So when we adopted the budget June last year, we started with a deficit of $0.7 million. That's why that number is in red. I've gotten to work with Kelly now to code this number so that it makes easy sense for everybody, right? So February mid-year budget, we did some revisions. And and we're going to recap those revisions that we did, at least in summary, so that you know how we went from A to B and to C. During that process, we picked up we went from $0.7 million deficit to $4.2 million to the green, okay? And then as part of our analysis that is before you tonight, which is the third quarter budget to actual report, we also update the budget. We do another revision of it, and that's what that is telling us is by the time we end the fiscal year 2022, we should have added $6.1 million to the general fund. But hold your applauses. We're going to talk about what makes up that, okay? So, as I said, mid-year, we started with our $0.7 million in the hole. From the American Rescue Plan, we shifted some costs from the general fund, some public safety costs, fire and police, to the American Rescue Plan, to the tune of $2.1 million, okay? So that is something that reduces our deficit, reduces general fund expenditures, and therefore increases general fund fund balance. We did revenue revisions. The categories were listed. Most of them had to do with sales tax, but we had various tax revenue components that we amended during the fiscal year mid-year budget process. We picked up to $3.2 million in that. We increased expenditures. The additional appropriations that staff requested, it was $0.3 million. That's a reduction. And also, as part of that mid-year, the City Council agreed to contribute from the general fund $1 million to the pension fund rate stabilization plan that we started. So at mid-year then, that's how we were left with $3.3 million in projected budget surplus. So forward to today, what we are thinking as we end the fiscal year. So we start with that $3.3 million that we are picking up, carrying over from the mid-year. We have increased our sales tax projection by another $500,000. We have increased our community development fees by about $600,000. And we have gone and looked at all the expenditures for every department, police, fire, park and rec, administration, everybody. And based on what we are looking at, we believe by the time it's all said and done, our expenditures would be $1.7 million lower than the budget that was set, okay? So that is how we end up projecting that by the end of this fiscal year, June 30, that we would have added $6.1 million to our beginning fund balance at the beginning of the fiscal year 2022. Any questions on that? Kind of just a quick map there, just what it's all about. Okay. All right, so in terms of the big picture then, at the end of the year, beginning of the year, we started with $16.6 million. There are certain things that are not included here. We're going to talk a little bit about them later on. And then the projected surplus of $6.1 million. So we are looking, say, June 30 of 2022, our general fund should have an estimated fund balance of $22.7 million, okay? Now, that is not a guarantee, obviously, that we still have some months to go, even though we are looking here we are in the month of May. The revenues sometimes are lagging like 4 months behind, expenditures similarly. So there's still a lot of unknown, right? But we believe we are closer to the number now than we were in June of last year, right? So there are a couple of other funds we need to kind of look at also. Our gas tax fund, there is really no changes from the mid-year budget revisions. We reduced expenditures due to less spending in professional and contractual services. But these are just for notation purposes. The water fund year-end revenue projections for water and sewer funds are consistent with the original budget. Not more changes. We haven't made more changes to that. Year-end total projected expenditures are lower than budget for both, again, water and sewer funds. We expect that because of revenues slightly exceeding expenditures in both the water and sewer fund, that will pick up a little bit of net working capital to those funds. Okay, that's kind of a quick recap to the FY 2022 budget. So we shift gears now, coming into next fiscal year. Here are the kind of things we are looking at that we believe is going to drive what happens next year. The broad economic factors that are impacting city revenues, it has not changed, okay? However, there are certain things that we think are likely. Right now, we are still projecting our sales tax, for example, using the numbers that have been coming in so far, right? Is there a potential that those numbers could change? Yeah, because the economy is beginning to slow down. Consumers are tapped out to some extent. Auto sales are still, with the inflationary pressures that are happening, things can change that could impact our revenues. And on the expenditure side, as the departments go through their budget here over the next 2 study sessions, you're going to see certain areas we are being impacted because of inflation pressures on expenditures. Again, the budget is being based on a status quo. It's always important to keep in mind where some of the big budget numbers are. Public safety contract rates, they do impact our budget. For the budget that we're presenting to you, currently we're using a 2.5% increase to the contract rate for sheriffs. That percentage is too low, okay? But that's what we have, and that's a number that was given to us sometime late last year, okay? And they simply are not going to come in at 2.5%. I think by the time we come here and bring this budget to you for approval, we're going to have to revisit that number and make appropriate adjustments. Just simply 2.5%. I think this current year that was just passed by the Board of Supervisors was over 4%. It was closer to 5%. And that generally is where the numbers are, okay? So we do expect that this 2% is just simply is not going to be the number. In fire, you see the 17% there. It may be be thought as being too big. The reason why this is 17%, historically, fire budgets they give me a schedule, Exhibit A, they call it, okay? And I cut it down because they have never spent that much money historically. So we did that for fiscal year 2021, 2022. This year's Exhibit A, though, okay, I have not touched it, only because they are dealing with some issues with staffing and having to catch up on some wages and benefits. So clearly, this has been left alone with no adjustments, okay? Just to be conservative. But I am also, on the sheriff side, I believe the rate is too low. On this side here, I think there are savings that are likely to be achieved, meaning that this budget could go down. But I'm not going to take that proactive approach of reducing that Exhibit A based on what has been given to us. Other factors that you will hear, as again we review each department's budget, is the increase in pension contribution rates that is still ongoing, and increasing cost to fund retiree medical insurance. As we get more employees retire and go on the roll, that cost increases. One of the biggest areas we are increasing expenditures this year is information technology spending towards infrastructure, security, software, and some other things that we need to do to make sure that our systems are protected, that they are current, and that we have redundancies, okay? So all in all, when I look at the entire IT budget, we're going to be adding about almost $500,000 to that budget, okay? But those are items that has to be done in order to make sure we stay safe with our information technology. And what happens is IT is a pass-through cost center. The charges there get passed back to all the operating departments. Again, we talked about salary resolutions and MOUs. Nothing has been factored in here. Negotiations are still ongoing, or not going in some respects. But nothing has been factored in here. This is just based on compensation levels that we have for the current fiscal year. For enterprise funds, the water and sewer funds, there are no rate increases, and so those revenue projections are essentially flat. I do want to talk about some other things that is important when we look at cities' financial situation. It's just not just the general fund. There are some other redundancies that we have built over the last several years to make sure that at least we achieve some sort of fiscal resiliency that we've been talking about for years now. I want to talk a little bit about that here quickly. Okay, here's some other additional monies that are out there that we you don't get to talk a lot about. Is in our special asset revenue fund, which we established this back in 2010 or thereabout, to start to deposit one-time revenues, and they will be used when needed to fund important items for the community as prioritized by the City Council. We will have about $4.6 million in that account. Equipment replacement fund, this is where we set monies aside to replace all city vehicles, fire trucks, which even though the county is responsible for replacing that, but we make a contribution towards that. Employee benefit and insurance fund. We have about $1 million in there. There was a time we didn't set any money aside to pay for cases related to workers' comp or general liability, or if an employee retires, like I retire, I have accrued vacations and sick on the book that has to be paid. It used to be you're going to go back to the general fund and try to get that money, but that is not matching expenditures with time the services are provided. You're supposed to fund for that while I'm still working for the city, right? So that's what we did by establishing this employee benefits and insurance fund, so that each budget year pays for its true cost, so that when I retire, this money, whatever my share is in there, is paid out of there, is not going back to come out of the general fund. Similarly for all employees, I'm just using me as an example, Chad. So, I don't know what the number is. Yeah, that's right, exactly. At least I get mine first. Now, information technology, the same thing. We didn't even used to have information technology fund, it didn't exist. But we started that process of saying every year, every department needs to contribute. We have all this equipment, we have all this software. All of them needs to be replaced at some point. So let's start contributing money in there, so that if we have a major equipment or major software system to replace, we have the money in there to fund it. It's not funded as it should be. You're going to be hearing a presentation here in the next month or so regarding our information technology strategic plan. And that will talk about some other things initiatives that we need to take to deal with the issue. The big one, the biggest one actually, retiree medical, knows we started this, don't know, 2009, okay? Yeah, and at the throes of the recession, had nothing. City Council initially authorized $1.9 million to start that fund. We started the fund. Today, the fund has $13.4 million. And more than half of that money is from investment earnings. And the idea was, we have all this unfunded retiree medical pension cost. How are we going to pay for it? At some point, if you keep paying for it from the regular operating budget every year, it's going to put so much pressure on the general fund budget that then you're not able to pay for it. So by setting this money aside now, which, by the way, our recommendation is not to contribute anymore to this particular fund. We're just paying on pay-as-you-go. The invoice we get from CalPOS for retiree medical, we pay it out of the budget. But if we get to a point where the budget has other demands on it, where we don't have as much money to pay that pay-go basis, we can reach to this fund, take some money from there, and pay the CalPOS invoices. That's the whole idea. You're trying to close the gap between your unfunded liabilities and have an asset on hand to pay it. It's similar to the vacation thing I talked about. Employees accrue this benefit while they're working, and at the time they retire or the time they leave service, there should be sufficient monies to pay off those commitments. But when you're not setting money aside to do that, then there is a mismatch there, and there is that gap. We recently started the pension rate stabilization fund, and as of today, March, we have 2.4 million. Of course, the market, as you guys know, is pretty horrible right now. But this things is not done on a short-term basis; they are done on a long-term basis. So, it's a well-thought-out plan. It's going to work. Just give it time to work. So quickly, general fund here for next year. Our total projected revenue right now is $30.3 million. Total expenditures projected is $26.7 million. And projected surplus is 3.6. Let me say this again. We still have all the supplemental budget requests to do, to talk about. I talked about the fact that we may have to adjust for police contract. Talked about the fact that there are no MOUs or cost of livings. None of that is being included in here. Plus, again, I do believe there are some potential risks for economic downturn that could impact this balance here. See, get a couple of more slides here. I'll turn it over to Lisa. Total projected revenue, as I said, is 30.3 million. That's an increase of 8.2% from the current FY 2021-2022 year-end projection. Here are the key categories that really drive some of our revenues that we need to pay attention to. Property tax. There is a slight increase here due to a record assessed values. But the biggest one is, to me, is sales tax. We are projecting nearly $11 million of sales tax. Sales tax still represents like 36% of our total general fund revenues. It's good when times are good like this. Even if you, as you even dive more into that number, you begin to see that on like 25% of the businesses generate 62% of that total. So it's pretty high concentration, right? And you look even the top 5 or so, they even generate even a higher percentage, a percentage that is kind of disproportionate. What that means is if these key businesses take a hit, our sales tax will take an immediate noticeable hit on the same situation. So that's why it's kind of good to gotta keep an eye on those things. We are projecting, again, very small growth in sales tax because of the economic slowdown and more particularly because of the redistribution of online sales tax. You guys have been following this through the California League of Cities. Nobody knows where that will end. Most of the likely scenarios are not likely to benefit Norco, in my opinion, only because the way it's been distributed in the past, because on a per capita basis, we have such a high sales tax per capita, right? And because of that, putting it in the pool and then distributing it based on that benefits Norco. What would happen is, if ultimately, notwithstanding what Amazon is doing now, where they're distributing to where their fulfillment centers is, what if everybody says, okay, you know, the best thing to do is let's follow the sales tax to where the consumer lives. Okay, whoever buys it, wherever you live, and that's where the sales tax goes. If that happens, I think it will still be a negative impact on us. What Amazon has done is already having a negative impact, but there are not a whole lot of likely scenarios that, unless a hybrid, I don't know. But there is a committee that is looking at this. Those people are smart, and I'm sure they also have their own interests. So it's going to be interesting to see how all that eventually gets resolved. Community development fees. We have a lot of revenues in this budget related to community development fees. And I want to, there's a caveat there. We have, obviously, the second phase of Caprock that is ongoing. We believe that will continue to go. There are some commercial projects on Hamner that are likely to happen or will happen. But there are also 2 major potential residential projects that are fitting into these numbers for the community development fees that, depending on what happens to them, that could also have a significant impact on revenues. Lease income, the only notable thing here is this year, at least next fiscal year, there are no planned deferral on the Civil X, so there will be a 12-month revenue is incorporated here. This is just kind of like a table of those revenue categories, as I said. See there, nearly $11 million in sales tax projected, vehicle license fees, other taxes and franchise fees, but community development fees is pretty high, and this is not usual, but and even if all those things come in, there will be generally like one time is not gonna, this type level of development is not expected to be recurrent. I think that's the point there that I'm saying when I talk about some of the risk factors. Okay, again, just a pie chart of the revenue breakdown. See the huge percentage in there for sales tax and some of the other revenue components. Yeah, these are just comparisons again between some of the revenue categories. You see the sales tax growing from year-end projection to what we are looking at next year. That big spike up there you see over here is again our community development fees then. So the rest of them are really kind of in line with where they traditionally are. Okay, I'm going to turn it over here to the finance director while I take a break.
Thank you, Andy. I have a question for Dana. Do you want me to ask for any public comments after Andy's presentation or after the total presentation?
I think after the total presentation. Okay. Or if you see community members come in, maybe take a break and take questions up to that point. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to go over some of the revenue categories. Property tax. So property taxes, these are collected through the county and distributed to the cities and local agencies. It includes our 1% ad valorem property. Also, it includes our residual tax increment from when the RDAs were dissolved. And although our current secure taxes are assumed to increase by 3.4% due to the increase in property values, our net increase is 2.5 lower due to the reduction in the tax increment growth. Our sales tax, which also represents 36% of our general fund, is our 1% of the Bradley Burns sales tax. This currently does not include Measure R, and our projected increases based on HDLs, our consultants' assumptions. Our property tax in lieu of our vehicle license fee, these are collected and allocated by the DMV, and these are based on the values of the real properties. This is projected to decrease, and this information is also provided by our HDL consultant. Other taxes, which consist mainly of public safety sales tax, our property transfer tax. That's usually when property sales take place. Our TOT, our business license, and as well as our satellite wagering tax is included in this category. It assumes a decrease in our property transfer tax, but also an increase in our public safety sales tax and an increase in TOT. TOT is assumed due to returning of businesses and travel from COVID. Our business license tax appears that it will remain flat, and our public safety sales tax is also determined by our HDL consultant. Our revenue for franchise fees, this mainly consists of our gas, electrical, cable TV, and our waste hauler franchise fees. Overall, their revenue projections is to remain flat. Our fines and penalties consist of our parking fines, our vehicle code fines, and our code enforcement fines. And these all depend on our enforcement efforts and levels, and also our collection of those citations. Staff is always looking to increase, our collections on that, but there's no major changes. Our interest and lease income revenue, our cash balances are expected to remain high, and we'll gradually see increases in investment earnings. Our lease income will increase based on Silver Lake's deferral, Next year is back to a full year of rental income coming in, and our sales site revenues do not project an increase. Our community development revenues, this includes our planning, building, and engineer user fees. In 2023, our fees are projected to increase based on the phase 2 of the Palomino Business Park and the new commercial projects on Hamner Avenue and also on River Road, and as well as the 2 residential projects on 3rd and Hamner and 2nd and River Road. And also due to the economic and other uncertainties, these may or may not materialize and or may be delayed. Community service fees, these include our sports programs, our day camp programs, facility rentals, and special events. These revenues are expected to increase significantly as facilities have reopened for events, rentals, and special programs. Other revenues include our key revenues, our voluntary emergency medical subscription, our dog licenses, our late payment penalties, our fire inspection, and fire plan check fees. And these revenues are also expected to remain stable. Our administrative overhead, this is reimbursement to our general fund by other funds for any overhead costs paid by the general fund. These are determined by our consultant, our revenue cost specialist, as part of the cost allocation plan. And these revenues are expected to also remain stable. And with that, Andy, did you want to go over expenditures?
Quick summary on the, what are we? The expenditures for general fund. Overall, again, total projected of $26.7 million compared to FY 2021-2022 budget of $20.7 million. Again, the big thing to keep in mind here is this FY 2021-2022 number has a shift of costs, right? The 2.1 we talked about from ARPA fund from the general fund to ARPA fund. That is not happening this fiscal year. At least we haven't done that yet. Okay. Again, we talked about the key drivers here, the sheriff's contract rates being 2.5%. But this also, when you look at the sheriff's contract budget, when we'll go into it, you'll see that there is a lot more increase than the 2.5%. The reason for that is that cost is because of the full year impact of traffic deputies that were added during the fiscal year, okay? In fact, there is one now that is still vacant, okay, but is in the budget. The number's in the budget, but it's not, we are not spending that money. So as a result of that, you'll see a situation where there will be savings, and that's why part of the reason is why we have that $1.7 million I talked about earlier about on the savings on the expenditure side. Fire contract, I think I explained that before, the increase there. The other things that are driving our expenditures in the general fund, there will be additional increases are from part-time wages, although we have not included anything for employees on the full-time. Because of minimum wage laws and all of that, we have to update our part-time wage schedules. Then we talked about positions that were added during the year. Next year, those positions get fully costed out. There are some positions we added during the middle of the year or at the beginning of the year that takes time to fill. So by process, next year's budget are supposed to be higher, assuming that all those positions are filled and remain in place for the full year. We talked about contractual services, retiree medical, election costs. We have election coming up. Those are also hitting the expenditure for fiscal year 2023. and the pass-through IT costs are previously talked about. These are cost items. They are generally passed through, but they are, in fact, the reasons why you see this increase from where we are in 2022 to where we expect to be in 2023. No adjustment has been made here for, again, contributions to fund the pension rate stabilization. We did that last year. That's something we do as part of the mid-year. So if the City Council does that again, other than the $300,000 makes additional contribution, that is still something that will need to be determined and is not yet in this budget. It's kind of like what I'm talking about. You see the sheriffs there. It looks like it's going up by that much. But again, a lot of that stuff is because of the disconnect. If you look at, this is general fund, this 2022-2023 number for starters includes $1 million that was not included in the FY 2021-2022 column. Okay, that is that shift. So the rest of the 500,000 is due to rate increase, the contract rate increase, as well as the savings that are in this year is because of vacancies that are not being realized. The same situation with fire, as $1 million of cost shift that is not here this year, and that's why it looks like it's going up by that much. But by the time it's all done, that is going up by 723,000, and that 723,000 is explained by the difference of what they've given us in Exhibit A versus what it is traditionally been. There's going to be an increase, but I don't think it's going to be $700,000. And the non-departmental, that big decrease there is because of the pension contribution then is not being added for next year, whereas in fiscal year 2021, 2022, it is in there. That's kind of like give you an overview of why the changes we have. Again, this is kind of how it breaks down in terms of those costs. Sheriffs, fire suppression, and all the other departments combined. It's just a slice of it. Again, how they compare from the budget, amended budget, to the year-end estimate and the projected budget for these other these categories of costs. I do want to take a quick look again, recap that fund balance we talked about. This is for next year. Projected fund balance June 30 of 2022 is 22.7, and based on the fact that we have the 3.6 million or so that we're estimating for next fiscal year, that will grow to 26.3. But again, there are some things that are still not quite in there yet. And we also provide you this other schedule here that kind of gives you a kind of beginning June 30 of 2021 to what we think we should have by June of 30 of 2023. I do want to point out here, you see where it says estimated fund balance as of June 30, 2023 is 26.3 million right here. Okay. And then we kind of break that down a little bit. Some of that money, there is a resolution that says we need to keep about 25% of our expenditures in emergencies, okay? So that we don't end up spending that. So we've kind of backed that out. I say, okay, let's set that aside. There are some other monies that are included in this fund balance that are earmarked or designated for special projects, okay? Whether they are in a trust fund or they are for deposit that require them to be treated differently. So that kind of is how we kind of get to, if we have to spend money, this is kind of what we kind of have available to spend. Okay, this is a kind of chart. This trend here is, again, we started keeping this many years ago just to keep again, around in line of the behavior of our expenditures and revenues and fund balance. I know those colors are not all that distinguishable, but the revenues are this one over here. You can see where we are, $30 million revenue here. Expenditures are this one here, the next thicker blue, and the light blue is our fund balance. So here's an interesting thing that you're looking at here is that, which you don't see in many places, almost never see. I know people make comments about their fund balance, is if we didn't receive revenue for a whole year, we actually have enough money to fund almost a year's worth of budget. Right? That's what this is kind of is saying, that if something happens, boom, it's not going to happen, but okay, this is a American Rescue Plan that I wanted to talk a little bit about, but unfortunately this slide is not as big, but I do want to just point to this column here. This is what we have allocated of the $6.3 million that we're given. This is how much we have allocated through the fiscal year 2022. Okay, 3.7 million. And you see where they have been allocated COVID-related salaries, unemployment, special departmental. There are some costs here. Like this is that stuff I've been talking about, the shift from CAL FIRE costs, 1 million, the shift from law enforcement, $1,050,000. So these are the 2 million that is shifted from the general fund and charged to this fund. Utility billing subsidy, we allocated 250,000. Homeless programs and services, we allocated 349,000 from this fund. This is additional utility assistance. We put in additional $100,000 here to assist residents having difficulty paying their bill. Non-profits, remember we allocated 250,000. So far though, we have spent 949,000 of these allocations here, and on equipment we plan to that we'll spend. So at year end, this is what we believe the numbers are going to be. We would have spent these monies, and we would have spent $22.8 million essentially by the end of the fiscal year 2022. Okay, think a little more on the aggressive side. There are some of these things that are probably, especially over here, that will probably end up not spending completely, but not that much. The big one has already been spent. That is here. Okay, that's the $2 million, and over here, the good chunk of it has already been spent. So that leaves us with certain amount out of the 6.3 million. Here's what we are including for next year. For now, we are saying we'll continue to provide for the utility assistance program for 250,000. The homeless, we're going to continue to run that program, and we're going to be providing you updates on that fairly soon in terms of what results are being generated. I know it's not a clean thing to do so that you can easily see the impact, but clearly something that we have to stay on top of if we are to make any difference. And nonprofits, because we are spending only 150 here, we're requesting to carry the rest of it over. The same thing here for the utility assistance. These are basically carryover of money that was allocated this year, so we'll move it to the following year. This placeholder here for 150,000 almost is entirely related to our IT infrastructure thing. This number is going to go much higher. Okay, there's just a number there until we see the plan when it's presented to you, and then we prioritize how that is going to happen. But assuming based on what we've spent, what we are requesting to carry over, that will leave us with still about $2.5 million of that money that is still to be spent on future projects and programs.
I'm going to go over our water fund and our other major funds. Based on our water fund summary, our projected revenues are $13.6 million, and this is currently based on our current consumption levels with no rate increases. Our projected expenses are at $13.4 million, and this as well is based on our current service letters, includes our take or pay contracts as well. Our budget here is flexible, depends on our level of operation, and it also provides funding for our debt service payments. The estimated change in our working capital would increase by $0.2 million, and this change is usually used for our rate stabilization reserve and our minimum operating reserve. Any remaining working capital after those are made is to fund our capital projects. With significant infrastructure improvements, this includes our wells, our water lines, our reservoirs. We plan to produce more domestic water and reduce our operating costs and improve our system's reliability. Here you could see our revenue sources where we're currently budgeted. For this fiscal year at $13.4 million. We estimate to end the year at $13.7 million. And we're projecting next year's revenues at $13.6 million. This just gives you a visual of our where our revenues for our water fund is, with the largest is our water usage. Our other revenues, part of that includes our, the majority, the big chunk of it is our hydrant meters. Our water fund expenditure, where we currently are budgeted at $12.9 million is our budget. We expect to end the year at $12 million. And our projected budget for our water expenses is at $13.4 million. Our main category is our purchased water and utilities. And here's a graph where you'll see our water purchase is 57% of our water fund expenses.
I have a question. This is probably a Chad question. Say a water line breaks, where would that be? What would that fall under for expenditures? Which of these categories? The repair of that.
Two potential possibilities. If it's staff being fixed in the water line, then it would come primarily out of our supply and equipment we may purchase that we are having stock at the warehouse for materials. Obviously, you have equipment that's already there that's being used. Staff is already part of the budget, as far as their time. So it depends if it's doing during overtime, or we're paying more for that, and that increases the costs for our staff. If it's something which we can't happen, for example, like on Western Avenue when that main line broke, that was beyond our abilities because how it was so deep, and it was also in hard soil. We needed to bring an outside contractor in with the right equipment, materials to do that work for us. That would have been done in the operating budget under contract services, where we have budgeted amounts with assumed needs during the year, if that occurs.
Okay, and then, okay, thank you. So I can compare this to what we spent last year. Thank you.
On the revenue side, do you see any potential impacts with the drought or water conservation or any of that impacting Norco, or because our water's from a different source, that potentially isn't an impact, or?
It's certainly a possibility in that we are expecting the state to issue guidance regarding minimum and mandatory conservation measures. They have not issued the amount for our region yet, but that's supposed to be developed by the state sometime by June to July. And my assumption is it's probably going to be a mandatory 20% reduction. As far as, and that's encouraging reductions by the public, but again, doesn't mean that always gets facilitated. So we do expect to see some sort of reduction in people wanting to try to be responsible and conserve. But hopefully we offset that by trying to have lower costs in that we're trying to use more of our local water and not the more expensive water that we purchase through outside agencies. So but we do expect some decrease.
So has that been projected in your revenues already, that potential decrease, or is that?
Has not.
It has not. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have. Chad, what percentage did you use for your increase on your supplies and services?
It was probably 5%.
5%?
And again, when you're talking about your supplies, as far as the
For the 2022-23 year.
or imported water.
No, I'm talking about just for your equipment and your maintenance, replacement and things like that.
Oh.
Or is that going to be in your CIP budget?
Well, it's two different things. We pretty much kept a status quo budget as best we could. So we didn't assume any particular costs related to the materials, like all the stuff we're purchasing. The issue isn't so much that everything's gone up dramatically. It's just the lead time to get equipment and materials is what's causing some of our delays in getting things done. So prices have gone up, but not dramatic in that they are, 20% higher, and we've had to increase everything by 20%. It's just really about getting the material, getting the equipment to us. So we are paying a little bit of a markup. It's 5% on something, 7% on another. So we just made some generic assumptions in the budget that'd be maybe about 10% total.
Okay,
Because
so
it kind of works its way out.
you're not like our transportation where they saw 30% increases in like RTA and the building and equipment and buses. They saw almost between 25 and 30% increases. RCTC saw 25 to 30% increases in the cost of that's the materials and things like that. You didn't see that?
Again, it's not like it's a static assumption. In what we do every day is the same. So it's some years we have a lot of maintenance and the costs are high because there's just a lot of maintenance. Other years it's not as much, and therefore our expenditures didn't occur. So it's kind of a tough question to answer in that it's not a static methodology all the time. So I'm hopeful that, knock on wood, because we keep doing a lot of improvements, that my level of maintenance goes down. Our struggle this year has been more just getting the materials that we need to do the maintenance.
I just don't want to see us cut short. So, all right, thank you.
Chad,
Yes, sir.
what do we pay per acre foot for Arlington to Salter?
Just about $1,100.
Okay. So as this is kind of my concern with not so much the purchase water, as we try to use more of our wells, okay, and reduce purchase water, the cost of the utilities, or just our electrical bill, I think is going to hurt us more dramatically, putting more impact on our own wells. And I mean, I think that's going to be the biggest jump is the cost of utilities in your O&M.
Right. Yeah, and we will, as we try to ramp up our use of our own sources, we get a ramp up in the amount of chemicals we use,
Right.
the amount of electricity we use, and so those will all increase. But as we do that, it's still substantially more cost effective to us to use our own water than it is to use the high cost, because of the treatment involved for our outside sources is far more involved and far more costly, and there's a lot of admin overhead in that, so that it just costs us a lot. So, and we still haven't even developed our actual cost yet, because I haven't gotten all our system finally running, and so that I could say here's our true cost of water. But I do know it's quite a bit less than the imported water source. So we're a benefit to doing that. Problem is, a lot of our contracts are in essence take or pays. So
Right.
if you don't pay it, you still in essence pay the same amount. And so we're trying to work on that, especially with Arlington, in trying to kind of, instead of having a take or pay, have an actual wholesale price so that I can take what I only need, and that's my price. Because a lot of times if we don't take our minimum, what happens, they just basically say, well, you didn't take the minimum, our O&M was this, so we raise your per acre foot price since you didn't take that minimum, and they basically give us an invoice at the end of the year saying you owed X amount because you didn't take this. So our goal, that Andy and I have been trying to work with in Western, is can they get us a wholesale price number that is better for Norco, but at the same time we don't lose our ability, and because right now that asset is ours. It belongs to us at least through 2034, and we get first right of that. If we become a wholesale customer, that means Arlington isn't ours anymore. It's more of a, we get and take what we need. So if a drought does occur, we can say that resource is ours, we're first. But if we're a wholesale customer, potentially we get reductions from them like any other customer.
Right.
So there's a part of that is we'll be discussing about retaining our rights for first on certain resources, etc. But we're always looking way to reduce our cost, or at least minimize our impacts for future increases, because unfortunately water just does not go down, it goes up.
Well, let's say like CDA, we pay $1,237 per acre foot.
Correct.
And that biggest increase in that cost, where the lower end, let's say like for Ontario or somebody like that, a bigger user is like $9.84 per acre foot. But the overall cost is chemicals and utilities. And that's kind of where I'm going with you. The more we want to use our wells, I think we need to look closer at where we're going to be with the cost of utilities and chemicals.
Yeah. And
Because
what
it's a dramatic change.
yeah, no, and it is.
And that's the one that's going to get worse.
For us, our budget for this current year already reflected a lot of that anticipated dollars that we might need. We got ramped up in that usage maybe about 75% of what I would have liked to have done. So I don't think there's a dramatic impact into the budget-wise, because I never even got to utilize the full intended budget for those increased costs, for chemical, for electrical. So I think we're okay. So in that, I'm not going from zero to a number. I've already had that budgeted, and I'm got a good portion of our wells in and working. I've got one more I'm trying to get
Okay.
in, and it should be starting pretty soon. So this next year will hopefully give me a good idea of where we stand financially. Obviously, if those numbers really climb more than we anticipated, we'll probably come back and talk to you about a mid-year budget adjustment because of that. But because I already had a budget this year, hoping that it would all get ramped up, and I've not used those funds, I think I'll be covered in this next year by not having a significant increase within the budget.
Okay. Thank you, Chad.
Greg, one clarification with respect
Sure.
to the City of Ontario. When you look at it, you think the City of Ontario from the CDA? Really
No, they're not.
that way.
Right.
They paid some of their costs.
Correct.
For example, their debt service costs, they paid it up front. So that is not part of the rate.
Right, where we have like a 4.8% debt service on that.
Right.
Correct.
That's why.
Yeah, certainly. But I was just looking at the overall range of, because there's only a handful of cities in the CDA, but absolutely correct. Sorry, Lisette.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. With regards to our sewer fund, our projected revenues for our sewer fund is at 7.9 million. This is based on our current service levels, and most of those are derived from our fixed monthly charges, and our previously approved rate increase will continue to remain in abeyance. No rate stabilization account is required as well. Our projected expenses are 7.2 million, resulting in a change to our working capital of an increase of 0.7 million. This excess will be used to fund our capital projects, and the working capital reserves have been met. Our sewer fund revenues, currently we have our budget at 7.7 million. We estimate to end the year at 7.9 million. And our next year's budget projection is stable at 7.9 million. Here's the graph. Our sewer service revenues represent the majority of the sewer fund. Our sewer fund expenses, our current year budget is $7 million. We anticipate to end the fiscal year at $6.7 million, and our projected next year's budget at $7.2 million. And here the biggest categories are contractual and professional services, which consists of about 42%.
So Chad, how are you decreasing a budget by like 78%? So if I'm reading this correctly, supplies and services from this year's budget to next year's budget is a decrease of over 70%.
So, Chad, let me help you there. I think we will deal with that when we get into his budget.
Okay.
If you look at this number here is basically referring, it's comparing budget to a budget.
Budget to budget,
Not
right.
really budget to actual, right?
Okay.
Look at the number of the year before, we spent $102,000,
Two.
and then here we spent 66. It's not quite as bad as it looks here on this.
Right,
table.
okay.
I think the reason for that is probably there is some one-time expenditure he was
Some big
planning to
thing.
make here that hasn't been made or will not be made.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Our next fund, our gas tax fund. As noted, our gas tax fund revenues are expected to be $795,000. This represents the city's share of the state allocated gas tax revenues. These revenues are restricted to eligible expenditures. This includes for our street maintenance, including our traffic light maintenance, pothole repairs, traffic lights, tree trimming, and street signs. Our projected revenue is provided by the state, and this amount has increased since the lifting of our stay-at-home orders and is expected to continue to increase. Previously, $250,000 was shifted to our Measure R for street maintenance. Our current budget projection doesn't appear that needs to be done for next fiscal year, that there's sufficient revenue that will come in to meet that need. Our gas tax expenditures are estimated to be $960,000. Any questions on the gas tax?
Yeah, Lizette, I have one. You're projecting the revenue at 795. That's the gas tax based upon what we get out of the state.
From
and
the state, yes. That
with-
does not include the SB1,
Okay.
road and maintenance.
Okay, so it doesn't. So what I'm asking is if the state decides to play with the gas tax, we'll probably see a major decrease in this, or because the feds are talking about it, the state's talking about it, and then with the cost of the fuel going up, naturally, our share of the gas tax it increases. And correct?
The gas tax is actually an exercise, is a percentage.
It's a
not
percentage.
It's based on consumption rather than the price.
The price.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's one thing different compared to a sales tax,
Okay.
right, which is based on the price.
all right. So that's what I just want to make sure we're
A charge on a per gallon, so consumption is what drives it.
okay.
Right.
And consumption is going down. First,
It's
well,
going up. It's been going up.
well, not at that price, but we'll see. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clarified. Thank you.
Okay. Our next, one of our other major funds is the Mpdes Fund, which is known as our storm drain fund. Our projected revenue is $133,000. This fund is based on the assessment that is put on the properties. The audit of assessment was actually completed in 1819. That resulted in a little additional revenues, and these revenues are used to pay for services and programs to mitigate the stormwater runoff, our street sweeping, storm drain cleaning, any professional services and reporting requirements by the state, as well as staff time. The projected expenditures for the storm drain fund is $181,000. which would result in a deficit for this fiscal year, but at the end of the year, it's estimated to have an estimated fund balance of $80. Chad could find that. Don't. Any questions on the storm drain fund? Next, we have our miscellaneous grants for next fiscal year. Some of the grants that we currently have is our RCTC senior program. It's about $84,000. We are budgeting our bicycle master plan, $96,000. Our fire grant, emergency management performance grant, $9,700. We do have planning and housing grants, the LEAP grant for $102,000. Our urban forest tree plant for $201,000 still available. Our CDBG grant, $87,000. We have our Nancy Newman Trust Fund that for our Party Partners program, expected at $36,000. Although that's not a grant, that is trust that we received a couple years back. We have our AQMD at $51.5, and our supplemental law enforcement grant at $100,000.
I have one question on that,
Uh-huh.
and directed at Chad. Chad, is that urban forestry planning grant? That's our trees, right? If we don't get it done this year, or we don't get it done by a certain date, do we have to pay that money back? Okay. So what's our deadline? What's our deadline? Okay, all right, so we have some, I thought it was sometime this summer. No, I understand, I just thought it was this summer, so we're okay then. Okay, thank you. Well, all right. I don't have to pay the money back, that's, all right, thank you.
Next is our our department overview.
Have something coming up in 12 minutes. After the department budgets.
Could I just ask one question? Two questions, actually, and it goes back. I thought we were going to go to the end. The wagering tax, how much do we get from that? Do you know?
I have it in the book. Let
Oh,
me
no,
go
if
grab-
it's in the book, that's fine. And then, what's the Silver Lakes lease payment? It's been so long. What is that?
2,000 something for the parking and 36,000 or 38,000 for the ground maintenance, and then in addition the loan payment.
I just couldn't remember. That's all I had. Thanks.
I just
Mr.
have-
Mayor, can I clarify?
It increased since COVID.
If I could, I'd like to clarify Councilman Gromeyer's question. I think in both water and sewer under the supplies, I think there's an error in the form. It doesn't include the pension trust contribution. I think that's missing, which is for both of them is over 100,000. and I think that brings the number back because that number's definitely very, very low and shouldn't be low. But we'll get that verified and determined.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one question. And Andy, you talked about the MOUs in the early part of this. How many are we looking at for this upcoming fiscal year?
Traditionally, we have 2 employees.
Correct.
Have management resolutions for various management employees.
So we're going to be looking at almost everyone.
One of them, yes.
Okay. And then I noticed you talked about the 2 developments, unless Alma knows the status, if we have any, on the River Road and Bluff development. River Road and Bluff, the Delapi. Are we going to look at in the 2022, 2023 year? Or?
After the project.
Oh, so we might see it in the 2022, 2023 year. Okay, that's what I just wondered. I didn't see it on the paperwork. All right, thank you.
So, Alma, my one question was on community development. New commercial projects on Hamner and River Road. What do we have on River Road? Okay. Yeah, that one corner in the lot. Okay, so it's just a pad there. Okay, all right. That's all I had. Thank you, Lisette.
Okay.
We'll go ahead. Before we take a break, Dana, do we have any public comments?
I have no public comments at this time.
So why don't we take a 9-minute break, and we'll start closed session at 5 p.m. and then back to budget at 6 p.m.
There's dinner in the back.
think just a follow-up, just clarification on the question that was asked by Councilmember Gomez.
Just to give clarification on the service and supplies for the water and sewer, how they seem to be lower. It has to do with our OPEB and our pension contributions that we do. So the OPEB, since we're no longer doing that, that's been transferred down to provide that money to the pension trust for next fiscal year. And the pension trust amount is not included in our budget right now because that will be determined at mid-year by council. And that's this year was about 200,000. So that's why you see a reduction in that line item.
Thank you.
The sheriff, Lieutenant Rowan, is not here, but I think we've already talked about his budget a little bit, but I'll go ahead and expand on that some more with some more data. So when we are talking at during the budget overview, I told you that the shifts from ARPA to here, from the general fund to ARPA kind of skewed it if you're looking at the general fund alone. But if you look at this picture, then you can see the entire picture now, right? So that you see for the amended budget for FY 2021-2022 is 7.2 million. For next year is 7.7 million, even though the year-end projection is just 6.7. The difference is that the next year's budget includes a 2% increase, right? 2.5% increase, plus the full cost of those positions that are currently vacant, all right? So that's why you're seeing. So, but this clarifies that what looked like it was a skewed number. So you can see the total budget for the department right here now. So in terms of some additional information related to this here, again, the total budget, 7.7 million compared to 7.3 million in FY 2021-22. The contract rate, as I said, is projected for now with 2.5%. That's the only thing that is in there. This number is going to go high. How we pay for this, if you go back again, sorry about that, let me go back here. In terms of how we pay for police services, the general fund, and then there is another 100,000 that we pay for from supplemental law enforcement grant. That's how we are planning to do it next year. Okay. In terms of the services provided by this funding, we have 1 dedicated lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 4 dedicated community service officers, 4 dedicated traffic deputies. Actually, 1 is vacant now, 1 and still being filled, hasn't been filled. And some of them were late filled during the year. So some of these positions have remained vacancy during the year. 2 community-oriented policing and problem-solving cops. We used to have 3, but 1 of them was actually moved into the dedicated traffic deputy, if you recall. And 1 full-time employee and part-time employee. These are city employees that provide support. In terms of patrol hours, we have 48 hours that are currently being provided. Used to be 60. We kind of restructured that to realize some cost savings and actually make the department a little more effective. That's an equivalent of 9.8 deputies. And we also have the crossing guards that we share the cost with the school district at some locations in Norco. And the citizens on patrol, there are some expenditures related to that operation. Over time, supplies, mileage, and other necessary services are the things that are provided, and that is it for the police department. The chief is here.
Andy, before you leave real quick, I know this is what you're doing for the 2022-23 years. If just for my information, could you provide me what it would cost us to have 2 additional sergeants on this budget if in the future as just for my own costs and things like that.
Dedicated? sergeant?
Dedicated patrol sergeants,
Okay.
and for I'm just coming up with an idea. And thank you.
Hi, Chief.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council and staff. So this is going to be a good fire, interesting discussion, following up a 17% increase. So we'll break that down, and I think Andy helped share the reality a little bit of that 17% increase. So I'll start off with this: those cops are expensive. So we'll try and shed some of the light back to the previous presentation. So if you take a look at our, let's just go right to that hard number, $5 million off all the way to the bottom right corner of the slideshow there. That's a hard one. I'm just going to be right up front with you. To be honest, is the only way I know how to present this. It's hard to present that increase when there's no increase in service, but I'll do my best to tie it to. I don't believe it is as bad as it appears. I can highlight that in just a second. And then Andy and the staff probably have much more experience in articulating the CalPERS increases, which have pushed our bottom line number up significantly. The one item I do want to touch on that, all of your PERS liability is paid up front with your CAL FIRE contract, so there is no looming PERS liability payments that loom over any of you. That is paid right up front with the contract. So that is one piece I do want to share. But if you slide across on the bottom to stay on the bottom row there, over to the $4 million for roughly annual for 2021. And then you see a little bit of an increase there, 21, 22. And then we jump up nearly $1 million going up from 2020 to 2021. So I'm sure you remember this time last year, our fire chief, Bill Weiser, one of his biggest concerns is we had a 26% decrease in our staff benefit rate. And our biggest concern was that nobody decreases 26% overnight like that. So Chief Weiser was very optimistic. He saw that coming. That's the benefit of having a fire chief that's been in the trade for 35 years. We were not irresponsible. We did not go add reoccurring services. We knew there was a change coming with that. So we didn't increase anything, essentially. So those savings were essentially passed on and put in the bank. Responsible fire protection. So you come a year later, and literally we have gone up $1 million since 2021, which essentially almost would put us back to where we started from 2021 to 21-22. Sorry for all the numbers here. But so that's the part I want to share. It's not a huge increase compared to where we were. So some things that how we're going to get through this. Just as Andy had shared, we are painting a worst case scenario. When you contract with CAL FIRE, all of our personnel are budgeted across the top. So some savings that are built in right off the top are actual billing compared to what the top step rate would look like. So to give you an idea, we have 15 CAL FIRE employees assigned to the city. All of those positions have 7% loaded into them for longevity. I don't believe there's an employee within the city that has over 17 years of experience to where they would start earning the percentages of that longevity. So right off the top, there could be one or two. The personnel move around quite a bit, but right off the top, there's a 7% savings on all of those employees. So as we come to July, our fourth quarter hits. When we get around to what will be the end of this following fiscal year, I am very, you can't say confident, that's not the right word to use, optimistic. We will be well within our budget due to our actual billing. And then Andy, before I jump into our existing services, anything on you understand the PERS increases much better than I do. Can you articulate anything or any questions on that?
I think just like the fire budget is impacting our budget, convert it to percentage, like 1 cent on every dollar. The projection out by car pause, the thing goes.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate it. And then moving on to the services provided as shared, no increases in service. We will take on the daily fire protection, EMS, and fire marshal needs with oversight from one battalion chief, a division chief, a deputy chief, myself, 5 captains, 5 engineers, 5 firefighter paramedics operating out of year 2 fire stations 47 and 57. You still pay into half of a fire systems inspector, and that is now Frank. As you now know, Sandy has moved on. We will definitely get Frank by to introduce, we'll introduce the council. As you all will see Frank in the community. We still have Nolan, our other half of an inspector. And then of course, Sarah, let's just be honest, she's a big stakeholder in running the fire department every day. And we're very thankful to have Sarah. And then of course, we work with Melvin and Berwin on maintaining the NART team in service and the training. Councilmember Hoffman, well, all of you are involved in one way or another. But it's the pride of Horsetown, and we're it's the only one within CAL FIRE that I'm aware of, and we were proud to be a part of it. Outside of that, I'm certainly open to any questions or comments.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you again.
You too.
Okay, Andy.
I'm going to actually turn this over to some of the division managers here and the city clerk. Just quick overview in terms of what is here in the administration department. Is the city manager's office, the city clerk's office, communications, which in prior year budget was included in the city manager's office. We are breaking that out this year as its own separate division of the of the administration. We have economic development and the 6th Street Gateway sign there as well, and then human resources. That's the total budget there of 1.5 million, 1.65 compared to 1.5. Really, if you take out the $50,000 increase in election costs, we are talking about a $100,000 increase. And overall, that $100,000 really goes to probably the cost of pension and internal service costs that are passed on. But there is really not much there in this budget to really talk about. I will have the city clerk. There it is. He's hold on. Yeah, sure.
Hi, Daniel.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight before you is the City Clerk budget, and as City Manager Okoro said, I do show an increase that looks pretty scary for me for the City Clerk Department, but we are adding in the $50,000 for the election this year, plus an additional $4,000 for the, we always have for the, I just went blank on what I call them, for the election candidate information that we do transcribe or translation services for that also. An additional amount like that was on top of mine is the PERS employer UAL of almost $38,000. So that $100,000 you see, it went pretty quick, just being eaten up by my election services for this year. And I did go up from previously, it's always been around 45,000 that we've budgeted. I did budget for 50,000 this year. This register of voter could not really give us an estimate as of yet because they're just not sure how the election will go for the November. And so I wasn't given, they said it will be more than the 45 that they usually budget. Last year, the last election, we were at 35,000, but we did receive some CARES Act money because of the all ballot election that they pretty much forced us last minute to do. So we did receive some money and got reimbursement for that. Other than that, our department is the city clerk, the deputy city clerk, and my administrative clerk. We continue to execute the city council's agendas and meetings, our recruitment. I take care of the city staff legislative processes, our election administration, which will be interesting this year. We're right in the middle of our annual recruitment for city commissions. I also, along with my staff, have maintained the municipal code and the administrative manual and records management. And we're currently in the process of updating our records retention schedules right now. And we just received we will be, it's scheduled for, is our microfilm scanner that you guys approved at mid-year for me. That's coming in, which is going to help a lot with our records management, with our public records request, and to be able to be a little more transparent with our public on some of our older records. So that's where I'm at right now. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dan.
That's it.
Hello. So for fiscal year 2022-23, we've created a new division for communications. The communications division includes one staff position, the communications manager, who also serves as the city's public information officer. The communications division manages all official communication platforms, including the city's website, social media platforms, and mass notification systems. And the division's responsible for ensuring the accuracy and consistency of city information and branding, both internally and externally. The division collaborates and supports all departments in creating and distributing engaging multimedia content about city events, programs, and services to all of our stakeholders. And the division works with public safety partners to respond to emergency situations and disseminate time-sensitive information. So as you can see up here, additional services that are provided by this funding include the management of the city's merchandise program, community outreach program, military banner program, observance recognition program, 6th Street Gateway sign advertising program, State of the City address, and trademark and licensing program. So previously, all of the services that I just listed off were funded in a mixture of budgets, including the city manager's budget, city clerk budget, non-departmental budget, and economic development budget. So this year, we have centralized all the communications related programs and services into one budget. And the total for this year is $207,401. Be happy to answer any questions. Cool.
Couple of more small departments here. Okay, economic development. This division is sort of in a passive mode for now until we decide what to do with it. However, there are certain costs in there. So we still have just about $60,000 in here for 80,000, 60,000 for contractual services and 20,000 for professional services. The rest of the costs here are for salaries and benefits for EDAC, as well as the Historic Preservation Commission, and then some membership and dues that are included in this budget. But again, I think this is a very soft budget that is going to be subject to some revision once we actually determine the actual makeup of that department and how we are going to set up that department. Human resources is, again, part of our administration department here. That is, currently we have that total budget there for $273,000. It consists of 2 staff members, and that total budget is actually split between general fund, water fund, and the sewer fund. We have 1 human resources manager, 1 administrative clerk, and the human resources supports all departments of the city, from recruitment to compensation, benefits, training, employer-employee relations, counseling, personnel investigations, and also they do assist the city manager's office in managing the city's general liability and workers' comp programs, as well as with the developing and implementing of rules and regulations pertaining to personnel practices. Non-departmental, I do actually want to talk a little bit about that department because there are some big cost items that are in the non-departmental that the city council So a couple of things here. This department really is a total budget of $3.2 million for next year. The difference is really the $1 million of contribution to the pension rate stabilization fund that we made this year that is not yet budgeted for next year in this non-departmental. Okay. These are the costs that are directly not associated with any specific departments. A big one here is the cost of unfunded pension for the disbanded fire department. For next year, that cost is estimated to be $800,000. That is in this department on page 108 of your budget book. If you have that, that's a big item there. We also pay for any unemployment claims that the city is assessed. We are self-insured for unemployment purposes. So we do get the bill from the Employment Development Department and pay it out of this department. Most of the general city membership and dues are also paid out of this department, okay, which we have about $40,000 in cost coming out of this budget to cover those costs. The contribution to the rate stabilization fund, there are 2. When we set the policy, we broke it into 2. One is the amount we will make based on whatever surplus we will determine at the end of the fiscal year. Okay, that is not here because we don't know what that is, so that is not been included. However, we also agreed that the $300,000 that we are contributing to the OPEB on an irregular basis will now be contributed to the pension rate stabilization fund. So this budget includes that $300,000. If you're looking at this page, just pointing out some of the big ticket items. There's also medical insurance for retirees, $975,000 is a big component of it. Then contractual and professional services. There's a lot of them that go through this department. And some of these numbers are also very fluid, whether it be special legal costs that we need or cost of professional services for employment practices, for financial services for the successor agency, and other consulting services that we need. We typically run it through this non-departmental division here. The other thing here that is of significance, all of our cities' liability programs, general liability, service insurance, workers' comp, and the expenses and settlements related to those, which totals about $650,000 that are also included in this budget. That is it for that department, and turn it over to Lisette. Unless you have any questions for the non-departmental. It's a big budget, but it's pretty straightforward in terms of what is in there. It's listed on your book.
Andy, I just have one question. Because Catherine and I have both with the economic development, do you have any time frame when we're going to jumpstart that again?
We're collecting some data. We'll be having another meeting fairly soon.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, I have actually met with EDAC, so you know, and explained to them what we are doing. And EDAC was actually very supportive and understands that that it needs to be reviewed.
Okay.
That they certainly think we're going in the right direction, and they are pledged to support the process as much as they can.
I appreciate it. I didn't think you forgot about it. I just wanted an update. Thank you.
No, we're still working on it.
Okay.
The fiscal and support services budget. Our current projection is 1.7 million for next fiscal year, compared to 1.8 million in 21-22. The main decrease in our budget is last year's positions were vacant at the time and were budgeted with a classic employee in place since they were vacant and we didn't know who we were hiring. Our funding sources for our department come from the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer, and a portion from our housing fund. The department consists of the finance director, the accounting manager, a senior accountant, an administrative assistant, 6 account clerks, and 1 part-time account clerk. We are responsible for the information and support to the city manager as well as all department heads in order for them to plan, manage, and maintain all the financial affairs of the city. In addition, it includes our budgeting and financial planning, accounting, financial reporting, municipal services, treasury, cash management, our bonds, our risk and debt management, and our special district administration. And with that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thanks, Lisette.
There it is.
Hey, Alma.
Hello. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The next topic here is community development. As the City Council is aware, community development department consists of planning, code enforcement, and our building and safety division. As far as the budget, total for fiscal year 2022-2023 is 1.9 million, which is basically the same as last year. Funding source is the general fund, and the services provided by funding includes funding for the planning director, senior planner, assistant planner, 2 code officers, 2 permit technicians in our building division, building inspector, a part-time administrative clerk, and this is the person that's in charge of the scanning and trying to get everything cleaned up in our department in terms of the old plans, part-time contract building official. The planning division is responsible for administration of the city's general plan and zoning regulations, For example, zoning regulations that pertain to entitlements for both commercial and residential, and anywhere from signage to business license, etc., as far as land use is concerned. Code enforcement is responsible for code enforcement and code compliance. And our building division is responsible for building permit processing and approval for compliance with city codes and the California Building Code. And with that, I will conclude and answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, Alma.
Thank you.
Who's going to do community services? Pardon?
Andy, I'm on the line.
Oh, okay. Sorry about
So that's it.
There you go.
Let's skip it then. I'd rather be face to face.
Believe me, I would rather be there than here.
Okay, good. So let's go ahead, Michelle, and we'll schedule you for the next meeting. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
And let's go ahead and take a break and come back to 7 o'clock. Try that again. Good evening. Good evening. All right. Thank you, Bill. We'll reconvene the public session. John, will you please give us a report of actions taken in closed session?
Yes, the City Council considered the matters listed on the agenda, except that as to the matter relating to Frontier Homes LLC, Councilmember Alleman recused herself as a result of her conflict.
Thank you, John. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Kevin Bash and the invocation by Pastor Sam.
Ready to begin?
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening.
103, I'm going to read, praise the Lord, my soul, all my inmost being, praise his holy name. Praise the Lord, my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgives all your sins and heals all your disease, who redeems your life from the pit and crowns you with love and compassion. Oh, I pray the mighty God, God of heaven and the universe, I pray, Lord, for your mercy and your grace, your forgiveness. I pray right now for the President of America. Give him wisdom, the leader of this country and all the members of this country. Lord, I pray for this city council of Norco, the mayor and all the members of this council. Lord, I pray to give them the same thing, give a peace and joy, give them a blessing and a wisdom to lead all this city, the wisdom from above, and they have the things to give the people the right answer for everything to build up this city. Lord, I pray for those people who being here with us today, and we praise your holy name. Bless them all children, according to your will, everyone to be secure and full protection. Lord, I pray and give glory for you, Lord. Everything, bless all people right now, Lord. I pray for your Holy Spirit moving on this place. Lead us, your Holy Spirit. Give glory. I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Sam. Okay, we're going to go ahead and postpone the Community Spirit Award to a later date. And we'll move into proclamations. So I'd like all my colleagues to join me down at the podium, please. Okay, because I like to share with everyone. Our first proclamation is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Catherine Allman to do the honors.
All right, tonight we are recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month by presenting a proclamation to members of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community who have contributed to the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of our city. I would like to call up the following community members to receive a proclamation on behalf of our community. Jeff Hsu, Planning Commissioner. Vavornin Portillo, owner of Uzu Restaurant. Is Mel Komatsu here? And Saren? Okay. You just stand on either side. Yes, perfect. All right, a proclamation. Whereas in 1977, the effort to officially recognize the historic contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders originated in the U.S. House of Representatives. And whereas in 1979, President Jimmy Carter recognized Asian Pacific American Heritage Week, which included May 7th and May 10th to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese to the United States on May 7th, 1843, and the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10th, 1869. And whereas in 1990, President George H.W. Bush designated the month of May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and whereas since 1990, every American president has designated May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and endorsed a specific theme. And whereas the 2022 theme focuses on the importance of expanding collaboration in order to enhance diversity, dialogue, and innovation, and whereas the City of Norco recognizes its local Asian American and Pacific Islander history and reflects on the strides we have made to ensure all citizens feel accepted and included, and whereas the City of Norco is a diverse community that is honored to celebrate the history and legacies of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who have contributed to the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of our city, state, and country. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Greg Newton, Mayor of the City of Norco, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And then I'll invite if either of the community members want to say a few words.
I really didn't have anything prepared, but I just want to say, as a first-generation immigrant moving here to Norco, raising a family with my wife, it just feels like a slice of heaven here on earth, and it really feels like the realization of American dream. So, loving it here in Norco, and glad to see this proclamation.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's been an honor to be here and with this community. So I couldn't make it this far without the support of everyone in the community, especially the support of the City of Norco. So thank you so much.
And then we're going to take a picture.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay. So tonight we are also recognizing May as National Preservation Month by presenting a proclamation to members of the community who have contributed and dedicated time to the preservation of Norco's history. I would like to call up the following community members to receive a proclamation on behalf of our community. Gary Evans, Carolyn Morris, there you are. And I'd certainly like to do the whole group from LNCF. Sue Bacon, Linda Dixon, Jody, Diane. Bring up the whole board. Okay. Go ahead yourself. Okay there? Yeah, good. So whereas, in 1973, the National Trust for the Historic Preservation established the second week in May as National Preservation Week as a way to promote historic places for the purpose of instilling national and community pride, promoting heritage, tourism, and showing the social and economic benefits of historic preservation. And whereas in 1973, President Richard Nixon officially recognized National Preservation Week, and whereas in 2005, the National Trust extended the celebration to the entire month of May and declared it National Preservation Month to provide an even greater opportunity to celebrate the diverse and unique heritage of our country's cities and states. And whereas the City of Norco celebrates the role of history and the contributions made by dedicated individuals that help preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped our local history and our community. And whereas the City of Norco recognizes its local preservationists who are essential to protecting and instilling awareness of the historically significant buildings and landmarks in our community. And whereas the City of Norco is a diverse community that is honored to celebrate the history and legacies of preservationists who continue to preserve and protect Norco's history. Now therefore, I, Greg Newton, Mayor of the City of Norco, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as National Preservation Month in the City of Norco, where all citizens, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions to our community. And on even a more personal note, having served as president of the Lake Norconian Foundation, just so happy for all of you. Thank you. Would you like to speak first? Okay. If you'd like.
We'd like to thank the City Council for this remembrance of preserving the life in Norco. It's the most interesting city you can ever find. Between the hotel, the horses, the people in it, and the whole different city councils. We find treasures every Friday as we work through volumes of papers and mementos and organize it. The Heritage Room is located at the Bob and Carleen Allen Heritage Room at the Community Center. And we're open every Friday from noon to 4. If anyone would like to come and visit or do some research on past clubs or past people, we've got the information. And thank you for the honor.
Thank you so much.
Share. I'll try to share.
Please.
Okay, I have to share. Are you going to share? Oh boy, they don't want to share. I want to thank the City Council for this great honor. We've put a lot of years in, a lot of hard work. John Harper, Andy, thank you for the city help. Poor John, the legal that we went through. It's such a beautiful, beautiful site, the Lake Norconian. And we now have a wonderful warden there that hopefully will be very welcoming in wanting to keep this a wonderful site also. Greg was right. He was president. Ted Hoffman, the council has all been involved, and Catherine, we hope you have time and will get involved eventually. And it's worthy, history is worthy. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Oh, I can just tell you about the event. Okay. All right, I'll tell you about the event. We have flyers out in the hallway. We're having a membership appreciation dinner. It's really easy to become a member. You can go to this address that's on the flyer in the hall, and you can join for $25, and you can come to this event on Memorial Day weekend on the 28th, and the event will be free if you join our membership. Plus a family membership's $40. It is at a winery, so we're talking adults mostly, but we're going to serve a really great dinner, dessert. It's going to be music. It's going to be a lot of fun, and you can learn about the Norconian. Okay? Silent auction. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, City Council, for this honor and award. I've been documenting Norco history on and off for a few decades now. Worked with Carolyn back in the day when we had the Pony Express newspaper. Got to meet these fine ladies here and their efforts with the Norconian. Kevin put a site on, if you're on that social media place, a term of endearment called Facebook. We have a page called Life in Norco, 1923 to today. Lots of people I share the page with, they can't find it because Norco's blocked because of some pharmaceutical company. But anyway, if you can find it, there's lots of neat stuff on there, and some of the usual mudslinging that goes on in this fine town of ours. But a lot of great history on it. Please check it out, and thank you very much. Gather around. Time for a selfie?
In a minute. In a minute.
Okay.
Okay. I know. We tend to get a little windy up here. However, we do believe so much in the preservation of this community. You know, history comes in many, many forms. Our forefathers to this community, when they set up our city charter, and they proclaimed that we were going to have large lots and animal keeping, and all of the fights that we have gone on to preserve this, from that day, many fights. We fight those in Riverside County, the county people who tried to inflict their ideas, the same with Sacramento, and so forth. Norco's always up for a really good fight. But you know what? This is history, the history of our community, whether it be the hotel, whether it be our trails, whether it be anything that we want to preserve. The other thing in the form of history is our events. Our events, they start at 20 years, Horse Week at 50 years, the fair at going on 70 some years. Those are historic events. They are all put on by you, the residents of this community. This is a volunteer community. We don't ask the city, we don't ask the state or the county. We are volunteers, and we do all this for the purpose of our preservation, the preservation of Norco. And we need to keep this up. We need to fight. We need to fight the fight and continue through generations to come. I have 4 generations of my family in this community, and I'm trying to teach them well. But we must fight, and the way to do that is through the ballot box. Thank you.
Carolyn, you got to be in the pictures too. Can you get in here? Maybe right here. Come closer, Sue.
Oh, here we go. We'll just cuddle in here. How's that?
Okay. Get up here. Where's Jody?
Jody.
Robin?
I'm good.
Okay.
We're good. We're good. Good to see you.
Thank you again,
Okay.
everybody.
You want to do a
Thank you.
selfie? No. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Catherine. Go ahead.
Okay. So we have an additional presentation this evening. I always like doing this, one of my favorite things. Tony Barretto from the Norco Horse Week is here to present donations to Norco Animal Control, the Senior Center, and Seniors and Pets. Tony, come on up.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Council. On behalf of the Norco Horse Week Committee, Joe Holzball here, the Vice President, and myself, we'd like to say it was the best horse week ever and a success. So we were able to raise funds, and we want to present to you the check for the animal shelter and for the senior center.
Got to take the picture from a distance to deposit it.
You might need a ladder to get your picture on your phone.
This one.
And we'd also like to give a check to the seniors and pets. If you come up, please.
Generous donation.
For everything you do.
We appreciate it so much.
Also,
You want to run, see if these will cash?
yes, they're good. We also wanted to say we were able to give to the future farmers of America, and also for the kids there, and and to rural, also to the Norco Horsemen's Association, and to the ROTC, and to all the groups that were involved, the Saddle Sore, and we were just really happy with the outcome of the year. So thank you.
Beg your pardon? I don't have it. Oh, yeah. Hey, Tony? Would you mind getting a photo with the queens?
Yeah, get on the queen. Mr. Mayor, stand there with the check and let the girls get the check.
Put that check
Look.
there, Mr. Mayor.
Dana took the check.
They got all dressed up and did their hair.
Back there.
Okay, we're going to move on to City Council reports on regional boards, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to report.
Very good report.
On May 9th, I attended the League of Cal Cities Division 9 meeting, as well as the SCAG Riverside County Housing Policy Leadership Academy. There's nothing to report from that at this time.
All right. I went to a lot of places over the 2 weeks.
It's Kevin.
So did I.
Oh, I saw my name up.
You missed your opportunity. It's Kevin's turn now.
All right. So I apologize. There actually is quite several very important things that occurred. First, I attended the SCAG annual conference. To be honest, I was the best part of it was connecting with some of the other cities. I was actually quite disappointed in some of the seminars that were done, but I did get to meet the director of the HCD, and that was really, really interesting to meet the guy who's pushing all this stuff. He essentially said that we're all his partners, but you have to follow the law. And HCD is the housing authority for the state of California. So it was very interesting. I attended the 60th anniversary of CRC, which had a lot of people that I knew, and there were probably 10 wardens there, which was very interesting. I went to the Norco College President's Advisory meeting. Their enrollment is way, 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 way down. They're very concerned about it. They're doing a lot of hybrid classes. I was told they had 6,000 or so students there, but now I'm hearing they have 3,000 on-site students. One of the important meetings I attended was the Riverside City Council meeting discussing the RTRP. I was really proud of the fact that a bunch of Norconians showed up about the high transmission lines, and I know Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer was listening, maybe other folks. I thought it was going to go the other way, and all of a sudden Councilwoman Cervantes just did a blistering just right in your face to staff speech, and quite honestly, and I'll say it publicly, their staff is lying to them. They're just flat lying to that council. But she and then Steve Hemingway, another councilman, convinced two others to turn, and they are now re-looking at undergrounding those lines. I haven't contacted Congressman McCalvert's office because I want to do it as a council. However, I did talk to our CPUC representative, Hope, and she said the big push is to underground everything. So all the nonsense that was being spouted that night was just nonsense. There's a ton of money, so I think what we need to do, Mr. Mayor, is at some point we need to have, and very quickly because we only have 6 months, but I think we need to contact Congressman Takano, but most particularly our Congressman Calvert. I know Councilwoman Alleman is in touch with Sabrina Cervantes and Richard Roth's office. There's some money there available. I think we need to do a full court unified press to assist Riverside in undergrounding, become their partners in this whole thing. I had a meeting with the Western Municipal Water District Director, and they're going to be putting together a group California-wide. I'm just telling you what they're saying. They're saying there's not enough water. There's not enough water, and they are now at loggerheads with the idea that they're trying to get people to do these RENA numbers. It's not a matter of, well, we'll decrease water over here so we have enough water over there. For the number of houses we currently have, there's not enough water. Now, some communities have managed their water very well. Norco is one of them. Believe it or not, Norco has a very good water supply. It doesn't matter. It's really important to understand. Anybody that says it matters, it doesn't. Because the state of California is not, and I'm telling you what the director said. They're not going to say, oh, Corona's bad or Eastville's bad or whatever. Just I'm using random examples. But Norco's good, so they're okay. So you can build houses there. No, everybody's going to get hit with these restrictions. And some of the restrictions they're talking about are let all the landscaping die. It's ridiculous. It's totally absurd. And so this is going to come to a head, and I would really hope that somebody from our city will be on that committee. And then finally, I was also really proud of our council. We all attended the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, which was quite a nice event, I thought, and it was really amazing. And then I do want to touch on the Joe Dominguez. The Joe Dominguez American Legion was formed. When they came back home, there was the Corona American Legion, and because they were Hispanic, the clean story is they were nicely told, gee, you need to stick to yourself and join your own club. They were actually told, no, you can't effing join our club. They didn't have a meeting place for many, many years. One American Legion post said, as Hispanics, we don't care. You can come, have meetings at our post. In fact, we'll have meetings together. One post. Riverside turned them away. Chino turned them away. Corona turned them away. One post welcomed them for almost 8 years. And that was Norco. And I'm really proud of the fact that Norco opened their arms up to a group of Hispanics because they didn't care what the color of their skin was. And now, of course, interestingly enough, the first Hispanic to be the commander of the Corona, original white American Legion, they just put in their first Hispanic commander. So how things changed. Anyway, I'm sorry to be so long-winded, Mr. Mayor. I went to a lot of very interesting things. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin.
Oh, I'm up. I also attended the Cal Cities Division 9 meeting on May 9th. The other thing that Kevin and I are part of the Cal League's rural cities. We sit there, the representatives. We just received information today that up in the legislation, and I provided this information to our city manager to see if we can draft up a letter to oppose this. The legislation is trying to put it into on affordable housing, that affordable housing all meets the climate control requirements that the state is imposing on everyone, on their building and where they put these things along with. This is, again, Cal Cities, this one size fits all. That's what they're opposing, that you can't do it depending on where you live. It's different requirements for different areas, and that's it. In planning and what is built in cities should come back to the local municipality or local government. And that's why he's going to look at it to see what we can do. Also, I attended the Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting, and again, there are three current laws being proposed that, again, the state is trying to do the one-size-fits-all criteria. Our transportation dollars, our tax dollars, they want to get a project approved, you have to fit into the state's climate control and their requirements that they are imposing on their monies. So that would also include local governments. Again, Riverside County, where we run from all the way out here, all the way to Blythe, and you can't put a one-size-fits-all in our own county because of the different terrains, what we deal with. So RCTC is trying to fight those things because there's a lot of money. This involves our Measure A money. It involves our local tax money, the funds we get from the state. They want to control how we spend it and what we spend it on. And you can't do that to local. That's what we do. We have local government. So those letters I give to city manager to look at. And finally, on a good note, one of our Norco's own, Aaron Hockey, if you don't know him, great guy, family guy, him and his wife and the family live here in town. He was just promoted to the Riverside County Deputy Executive Director effective on June 30th for 2022. He's taking John Sanford's position and retired. Aaron has been with RCTC for a long time. He does a lot of good work. He's always looked out for our community and whatever he does. I know he's on the Riverside County Conservation Board. He's taken Kevin on numerous walks. The guy's a marathon runner, so I hope you can keep up with him. Aaron, this is good for Aaron. As somebody well deserves, especially one of our local people, he deserves this position, and we're proud of him over at RCTC for it. And that concludes, Mayor.
And thank you, Ted. You know, your comments about Aaron, I've known him a long time, and he's a great guy. And I remember when he first started, he was on Riverside County Planning Commission. And super good guy, well deserving. May 12th, attended the special board of directors meeting of the Chino Basin Desalter Authority. Basically, we went over our budgets and our increases for this next year. And as we discussed in our own budget hearings earlier this afternoon, most of the impact that we're feeling is the O&M cost with chemicals and electricity. And but we're still in good shape water-wise. And that's all I have. Okay, we're going to move to the consent calendar, and I'll call upon the city clerk.
All items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and may be enacted by one motion. Prior to the motion to consider any action by the presiding governmental body, any public comments on any of the consent items will be heard. There will be no separate actions unless members of the governmental body or the audience request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar. Items removed from the consent calendar will be separately considered under item 3 of the agenda.
Thank you, Dana. Do we have any public comments?
I have no public comments for consent calendar.
Okay. Does any member wish to pull any items?
H's and Henry.
Okay.
Motion to approve the rest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Please vote. Yay. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Item 2H, Ted, facility use policy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me.
Mr. Mayor, we had discussed that we were going to continue item 2H.
That's correct.
So item 2H is being asked to be considered on the May 31st agenda.
And I would concur with him.
Okay, so
I'll make the motion, Kurt, because I'd like to. I know
Okay.
it's difficult, and Michelle's not here, and I have some questions I need to
all right,
answer.
go ahead and make the motion.
I move that make motion that we move this to May 31st at that meeting.
Second.
Please vote. Ted, did you vote? Okay, there goes.
I voted.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Next item will be public comments. Once again, a call upon the city clerk.
This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding matters not on the agenda may be heard. Please submit a speaker card to the meeting clerk. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The Ralph M. Brown Act limits the governmental body's ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time such comments are made. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comments. I have one speaker card. Jim Pollard.
Hi, Jim.
Hi there, Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm here to thank each and everyone in the city and their staff for the trail on River Road between Kipps Corner and Cordon. It's a quarter-mile new trail that we've never had on our trail maps ever in the city of Norco. I've lived there, my backyard backs up to it since 1977, and I'm so proud of this city for making this possible. Chad Blaze and his staff, Andy, Major Art Committee, and my neighbors. I go to the grocery store and people are excited about this. You know, it's a gateway to our city, and I'm so proud that we were able to spend the money to get this done. It's part of our heritage, this trail system. We just need a new quarter mile we've never had. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And I did want to make a note that when we have the dedication of this trail, Jim's volunteered his backyard to hold the dedication.
Yes. And if we need pizza or something like that, I'm up for it.
And we'll get Chad on a horse. Go ahead, Dana.
We do have one more speaker, Robert Roth.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Robert Roth, and I am the head elder associate pastor of the Norco Seventh-day Adventist Church. And with me is Pastor Kazar Ackerman, and just for the record, he's a Pacific Islander. So he was here for the meeting. I want to thank the city for their service to our community, and especially the Norco Seventh-day Adventist Church. I'm speaking on behalf of the Norco Seventh-day Adventist Church. We're a small congregation of about 45 members, with 80% of the congregation being senior citizens on fixed incomes. We have worshiped in Norco for more than 60 years. We are active in the community service. We have bi-monthly blood drives, which I recognize a couple of faces who have been to those. We're not here to dispute our utility service. We're just here asking for advice on how to solve our astronomical problem that we have inherited, especially utilities that we have not used. If I was to give you a chart, and I don't want to overwhelm you with figures, but we have had in the last year 3 spikes of water usage, domestic water usage. Now, this wouldn't be anything unordinarily, but our average use of domestic water is 6 units a month. We received a bill for 440 units for the month of May. Skipping then forward to October, 138 units of water, and November, 145 units. This is 69 times our historical normal average. And so we worked with the city. The city came and checked the meters. The third time, we paid for a third-party independent contractor to check the meters. The water for the city coming into our property is functioning, and functioning well. We just don't know where this amount of water is going. And unfortunately, it's not the water that's the big problem. The problem is the sewer. Our sewer rate has gone from $51, which is our normal, because we use less than the minimum amount for that. But imagine getting a sewer bill for 1 month for $3,491. That's 2 or 3 years worth of normal services. October, another $1,075, and November, $1,163. We've had no leaks. This is domestic water, not landscaping water that we are talking about. And so because the city cannot accurately measure the outflow of our sewer usage, how can we justly pay for something that is 67 times in 1 month our historical average? And what assurances can I bring back to my little Norco church board that this isn't going to happen again? It hasn't happened for 5 months, and we praise God, and we're thankful for working with the city. It's just that I have 2 church members who came to me. One is an 80-year-old lady, and the other is a 94-year-old parishioner. Last week, we had to use portable outhouses for them to use because our domestic water has been turned off while we have been disputing this. They both pulled my ears, literally. We cannot crawl into these portable outhouses. Please let us worship in our sanctuary. And so we are just asking for your advice as to what does a small congregation who can't pass these costs on to another constituent. We will gladly pay what we use, but folks, we can't even imagine using that much domestic water. We have 10 toilets in our little church. They're not leaking. They all of a sudden burst with a spike, and then 4 days later, the spike disappears. Perhaps someone has stolen our domestic water. We will pay for our domestic water, but the sewer rate is not from an outflow. It's on an algorithm. And so literally, we're paying for something that we didn't even use, and the city didn't incur any costs for our sewer. So we thank you. We hope that you can help us and tell us how we solve this. Most importantly, how we can get back to worshiping in our sanctuary and further serving our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who would like to handle that? Andy? Chad? Or, don't need to discuss it. I just want to know.
We're already aware of the situation and,
Okay.
and evaluating it.
All right. Does the church pay a commercial rate on sewer?
Yes, it's a
Okay.
commercial property, not
All right.
residential.
Will you give an update to council?
Yes.
Please. Thank you. Thank you.
May I give you folks this letter?
You can hand them to that young lady right there. Thank you.
Thank you again, folks.
Dana?
I have no further public comment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll move into item 5, discussion and action items. And once again, I'll call upon the city clerk.
Order of presentation for discussion items, staff report presentation, council questions of staff, public comment, and council discussion and action.
Okay, thank you. Andy, are you giving this report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will
Thank
do
you.
the report. Thank you very much. This is a request for City Council to approve the purchase of real property located at 4095 and 4061 Sierra Avenue. These are known as assessors parcel numbers APN 131-130-025 and 131-040-06. And staff is also asking that you approve a city successor housing entity resolution appropriating $2.5 million from the city's special affordable housing asset fund. Essentially, as you know, over the last several years, the state of California has enacted many legislations that are designed to improve and increase housing options, especially affordable housing in many communities. The city of Norco, of course, wants to be part of that, but we want to do it in a way that is compatible with our community values. And therefore, one of the things we did sometime last year was we hired a consultant to review our housing programs to determine how we can be more effective and strategic in terms of using the funds that have already been accumulated in that fund to make an impact on this issue of affordable housing. And there were several recommendations that came out from the housing report, including the need for us to look at other options to address the aging population and the aging house stock here in the city of Norco that burdens a lot of residents. Most importantly, the report also did identify that the city was at risk of losing nearly $2 million back to the state if we do not use the funds that have already been accumulated in the housing asset fund to provide housing options here in the city. So with that, the City Council has been working with staff, a subcommittee of the City Council, to find ways that will allow us again to be part of the solution in terms of providing housing options here in the city of Norco, but do it in a way that that complements what we support here in the city, specifically veterans. And so with that, we've been looking at ways we can actually purchase property here in Norco and work with a special housing developer to construct a veterans housing project here in the city of Norco. So we have identified 2 parcels. Those 2 parcels, as I said, located there on Sierra Avenue that the city is looking to purchase. And this is the first step in what is going to be a multi-step process, purchasing that property. We ultimately will enter into an agreement with the affordable veterans housing developer who has been very successful in doing many similar projects in other jurisdictions. Those projects, when they are ready, will come back to the Planning Commission, will come back here to the City Council to approve. All we are asking for now is for the City Council to authorize the purchase of these 2 parcels so that we can begin the process. I do also want to point out that more recently the city actually adopted its sixth cycle housing element, which is one of those general plan elements that the state requires that every city puts in place. And the purpose of that, again, is to come up with plans on how to make sure that you have adequate housing to provide for all the people who live and work in your community. During that, as part of that housing element, we've made some commitments as required to meet some of the numbers that have been allocated to us by the state in order to comply with various laws. So purchasing this property and ultimately developing it into affordable veterans housing units will be a long way for the city to, number one, not to lose the money that has already been accumulated in the Housing Asset Fund, but also goes a long way towards meeting some of those obligations that we have under the 6th cycle housing element. So with that, staff is recommending again that the City Council approve the purchase of these 2 parcels from that Housing Asset Fund and appropriate $2.5 million. The actual purchase of the property is $2.45. It's recommended that additional $50,000 be appropriated for any potential or incidental costs. Any of these monies that are not used will remain in the Housing Asset Fund. With that, there are some conditions pertaining to the opening of escrow that have been identified in the staff report, and those will be applied once this transaction is approved by the City Council. We will open escrow, and escrow on this property can take as long as 90 days to close. And once it's closed, then we'll begin that second phase of working with a developer that is going to ultimately work with the city to develop this property.
Thank you, Andy. Now, I wanted to thank you for leading the way on this with your transparency. It goes a long way to show the residents that we're upfront with this throughout the entire process. Other council have any questions of staff? Ted, start with you. No? Robin? Catherine?
I have one question that some residents were asking, and I just want to confirm with Andy. In the staff report, it's mentioned that the lot would be used to partner with the nonprofit Homes for Families, which builds affordable veterans housing. And the question was regarding what type of housing. Homes for Families constructs single-family homes, correct? Thank you.
Kevin?
There will be some duplexes, though. Yeah, those are right, but with 0 lot. I don't want people to think that
there's 0 lot lines.
There's 0 lot lines, so some will be single families, some will be duplexes. 0 lot lines, yeah.
But a lot of this also will be worked out in the second phase when we make the agreement with the developer with how many single family, or if there's duplexes, 1-story, 2-story type of thing. So that'll be the second phase on this. Dana, Do we have any public comment cards?
Yes, we do. First is Jeff Cahan.
Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, citizens. Whenever there's a veterans item on the agenda, I'm usually up here, so no surprise. This is really not controversial, I don't think, so don't think I need to sway anybody in my speech other than just to say, as a member of the Veterans Memorial Committee, I'm not speaking on behalf of the committee, but as a member of that committee, I know Norco does everything we possibly can to support veterans, and this is a great way we can help do that. We can give them the housing and help with the numbers and things that the city manager was speaking about. So just here to say I fully support it, and everything that the Norco does for veterans is a step in the right direction to make up for all the sacrifices that the veterans have made for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Next speaker is Bunny Slager.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi, good evening. With this 5 acres, how many homes are we looking at? If they're all single family, are they each going to be on a half acre, or are we looking at higher density? Is there going to be animal keeping parts to these properties? How with 5 acres, how many houses and dwelling units do you expect to have on this property? And are they going to be owned by these people, or rentals, or?
So the number of units have not been determined. They will be all owned by the people who live in them.
But will they be on less than a half acre per unit?
That's correct, yes.
So it will be high density housing.
Right, it will be.
And they will be owned by the people. What about a duplex or multiple unit housing?
Owned. Everybody has their own.
Oh, so I would own half a duplex, say?
I mean,
And somebody else owns?
planned unit developments that
Yeah.
they just have common wall. So
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with that kind of thing. So is it going to be like a planned community? Is there any plan to have agricultural parts to this community? Is there going to be?
I don't think we're at that point yet, whether there would be community garden, if there would be an arena. I mean, these are some of the things we would work out with the developer in the second phase.
Yeah, if we're going to be, if it's going to be part of Norco, I would sort of advocate for agricultural uses, whether it be animal keeping. I know that our PACAs are for animal keeping, but I really look at it more as agricultural uses because of community gardens and things like that. And I would hate to see this. Sierra is such a narrow street, and as it is and all, I would hate to see really high density housing with no agricultural aspects to it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
And the last speaker card, Carmen Acosta.
Hi, Carmen.
Hello, I just wanted to thank you for the time that I have to speak. I just thought of it as when the topic was brought up. Regarding the issue of housing, I know that a lot of residents are very opposed to apartments and congestion, which is a legitimate issue. The problem is that if you can consider senior housing, we have 2 units in the street. One of them is very nice. It's got beautiful gardening, it's areas. It's got the senior center right next to it. It also has little walkways, and it's very nice. It's gated and it has elevators. The apartment across the street, on the other hand, has no elevators. It's also senior housing. The one across the street that I was mentioning has elevators, and it also has a 6-year waiting list for people to be able to house there. The one across the street has a 5-year waiting list, and the residents within are very unhappy because a lot of them are aging and are incapable of going up and down the stairs, and there is just no way of them getting up there. So they're constantly waiting for a downstairs unit. The one across the street, there's no smoking. Everybody's walking around enjoying the landscaping and their home. On the other hand, the place across the street, they smoke in front of your door, in front of your windows, they roam around, there's no regulations, and the owners are in Utah enjoying the fresh air. So when it comes to available resources that the federal government is currently providing for more condensation, maybe senior housing would be something to consider. And then on another note, someone provided some bulbs and some seeds for the gardeners, and I wanted to give give you guys this thank you note. I don't know who it was that brought them, but we missed you guys that day that you showed up, and I just wanted to give you this thank you note on behalf of all the gardeners at the senior center.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
Thank you, Dana. Well, any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, before you entertain a motion,
Yes.
to answer Bonnie's question, anybody else's question on this, Homes for Families has a website, and it's homes, the numerical 4 families. And what you might want to do is research it. They have projects in Santa Clarita, Lancaster, and the city of Los Angeles that they have built or in the process of building. And without knowing exactly what phase, but we were looking at an enriched neighborhood. If you look at the enriched neighborhood sample that they have put together, you will get a better idea of what they're proposing, Bonnie, on that whole area. So, and that will probably answer a lot of the questions you would have as far as structures, community gardens, and things like that. Okay? And with that, Mayor, if no one else has anything?
I have something. Really, really quick. When we started looking for this, I met with 6 of these developers that build honor villages. And the reality is, it's funny, I was at the Riverside City Council meeting, and there were a group of people during public comments that were enraged at the council because they wouldn't put a moratorium on housing. What's happening over there is the ADUs, there's 20 bedrooms to a property, and they're getting $1,500 for a bedroom. They're literally destroying communities. That is what's happening. This idea that you're going to put all these people in these small areas, it's not going to work. But the writing on the wall is such that we, as the last large lot city, really, unless you're really rich, we're the last medium income, really, city like ours, that's a city that tries to create the large lots. We're the last one. And we're a target. When I first ran for council years ago, we were a target for developers. Well, now the developers have been weaponized. They're now sanctioned by the state of California. So how this began was trying to find a way, because if they would leave it to local control, we would solve our own problems. The idea that we weren't is a lie. And so the whole idea behind this is, yes, they would be, per our ordinance, substandard lots. But if we can meet our RENA numbers, if we can qualify and build enough units that we cover our obligation to the state of California, we are in the clear for at least 10 years, or until John Harper says they change the law and they add more numbers. understand one of my frustrations at WRCOG level is initially we had less than 25 we had to meet. But we had a rogue councilman from another city that went to SCAG, who I don't even think we should belong to be honest, went to SCAG and had our arena numbers jumped. But there are some cities that they have to build 20, 30,000 houses. It's absurd. So what we've tried to do as a council is we're trying to match veterans who need a home to bring in younger families, because the average age of Norconians is 62. And a lot of the problems you have with how people's properties look is they become too old to care for them, or they don't have the money, but they can't move. Because again, the state of California makes it almost impossible for you to sell your home with enough profit now to buy another home somewhere else, and they want to live in Norco. So what the idea behind this is, at least from my perspective, is we're creating, yes, substandard lots that will be on par with, let's say, over by the junior high school. But their model is they have gardens, they have a whole bunch of amenities that they insist be put into those developments. And that's why when I picked through all those, and I brought Catherine aboard, and then Ted got aboard, and because we can't all meet together at the same time. This particular company makes it a community within the community. And it's for, and I know we can shake our heads on this, but the truth of the matter is if we don't do this, they're going to do it for us. That is the reality. They're going to do it to us. And we're already suffering that right now. What most people don't know is that they're taking away your right at that podium to say what the direction of your community should go. So the reality is we are going to have to figure out ways to play ball. And so I think this project, the company is a very reputable company. I totally concur with Councilman Hoffman. I think you need to go look at one of these communities. And if we can get those arena numbers up as quickly as possible to preserve as much of Norco as we possibly can, I say that this is a step in the right direction. And I'm not even so sure, if we weren't being forced to do this, I'm not even so certain I wouldn't vote to do it anyway, because this is the opportunity to house veterans and their families, and they actually get ownership into a home. And one of the things we all have to acknowledge is homes are, I couldn't buy my home today. And so I think that what we're trying to do is figure out ways. One, there's a lot of pluses to this. Yes, substandard lots. I don't like that any more than other people. We're housing veterans. We're bringing in young families. And if we don't bring in young families into Norco, we won't survive as a community, because we have to be bringing people up into this lifestyle. Because a lot of the kids, they don't even know what this city is. We have a lot of adults don't even understand what's going on in the city. This is a very unique lifestyle that we must find ways to feed it. And I think this is one of those avenues to do it. So forgive me, Mr. Mayor, for the long-winded speech, but I'm all in favor of this project, and I'll wait for a motion.
I'd like to just add a couple things. The examining where these lots are, they border some half acre, and they border some of the smaller lots that we have in Norco. So it's not completely that it's in the middle of large lots. There is some balance there in looking at the neighbors are not all larger lots. The money cannot be spent on anything else that's in the Affordable Housing Fund. It can only be spent on affordable housing, and as Andy, City Manager Okoro mentioned, if we don't use the money, we lose it. And I really hate to give any money back to the state. I'd like to use that money for the benefit of our community, and especially in this case for the benefit of veterans. Norco is a really special place. We have our Veterans Memorial. At Norco College, they started the Military Articulation Program, which was the first of its kind and has expanded. So they work with vets who come back so that they get up to a year's credit for the course or for the training that they received in the military. And we have our Veterans Resource Center, which our assembly member brought in $2.5 million. That's a huge asset in our community. And so being able to provide homes that are affordable to vets, to have a community that supports them, to have a college that can provide them with classes and with training. And then just lastly to point out, this is different than a developer coming in and proposing a project. This is a partnership. And so this is just the first step. If the council votes to purchase the land, the next step would be coming up with that site plan, and it would involve the community. It would be a partnership. We would have a lot of direction that we would be able to give, because it would be city land that would be going towards the project versus someone else buying the land and them coming in and then them proposing what's going to be done. So those are all positive things that I see in addition to supporting vets. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt Successor Agency Resolution 2022-02.
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Item 5B, amendments to city's general fee schedule for fiscal year 2022-2023. What's that?
Good evening. Okay, I'm here to recommend the adoption of updating and adjusting our general fee schedule for fiscal year 22-23. The fee schedule proposed has a CPI index of 10%, which is from March 2021 through March 2022. In 2019, our consultant revenue and cost specialists, they prepared our user fee study, and that was the basis that has been used for the initial fees, and here we're just proposing the CPI increase. Most of the existing fees are being recommended based on the Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ontario index. This adjustment is necessary to reflect changes in the cost of providing these services. Some of the fees are not recommended to be adjusted, just to ensure that these are competitive with other jurisdictions. Other fees are also being recommended to be adjusted by amounts exceeding the CPI to adequately reflect the true cost of providing those services. For new fees, we have a couple new fees from our facilities and maintenance. One is the cordon staging parking area. It's a fee for $89. This staging parking area rental fee would apply to the daily parking lot rentals associated with any private events in order to cover operational, utility, and maintenance costs. This fee would not apply to any equestrians that trailer in for the day. Another fee is the George Engels satellite parking lot staging area. That would be a fee of $500, and this price requests to take into consideration any non-city sponsored events that are requesting the use of parking lots, staging areas for any satellite parking events such as concerts, weddings, and or other events. The fee would include the cost of striping and preparing the grounds that's utilized by city staff and their equipment. We do have a couple modifications of current fees in our community services department. One is the Riley Gym rental for the 2 hours of renting a court at a rate of $55. This is an increase of 15%, which is $7 instead of the 10% CPI increase. This is to account for the newly renovated facility, which includes new and improved amenities. And this is to be more competitive with our local neighboring agencies. Currently, the rate is $48, and the 10% increase rate would be $53. The Riley Gym is also requesting modification to their hourly rental of $110. This is proposing a 20% increase, which is $18 instead of the 10% increase. And with the same, the rate currently is $92, and if the 10% would be $101. Facilities Maintenance Department has Ingalls camping with electricity for 20 amp, 30 amp, and 50 amp, and they're proposing $30 and $35 respectively for the 30 and 50. Currently, the fee schedule only has a fee for camping with the 20 amp space. The other one for the George Ingalls is the vendor booth rental. And this is for food and retail with electricity for a 10 by 10 space. They're recommending $30 for the 20 amp space, $35 for a 30 amp, and $40 for a 50 amp. Currently, the fee schedule doesn't delineate a price difference between using the different electricity sites. In addition, the fee table format for our business license fees was modified to detail out specific fee amounts for the different types of businesses. No modifications were actually made to the fees. We're just listing them out with the proposed CPI, if applicable. The majority of these recommendations will result in minimal additional revenues. However, the revenue impacts, if they are material, will come back at mid-year to recommend adjustments to our revenue. And if you have any questions, I know the fee schedule is attached.
Thank you, Lisette. We have any questions?
I have a question.
Staff? Did you say something, Kevin?
I have a question.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. Just one. The George Ingalls satellite parking lot staging area, would that apply to Silver Lakes?
I believe it would.
Okay.
Catherine?
I asked Michelle a couple of questions about how often the shelters are rented, kind of the gazebo cabana shade structures at the parks, and how often open space is rented. So just to give those facts out, because I'll bring that up later. In 2019, there were 28 shelter reservations throughout the entire year, which includes 2 different spots, Pikes Peak and Neil Snipes. And then in 2021, 39. And in 2022, 24, and then in the last 3 years, there's only been 3 reservations for open space, which would be like a jumper or something that someone used.
Robin? Ted?
Yeah. Hi, Lizette.
Hello.
We were working on a 10% CPI, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the CPI in 2021 was?
Last year, I believe
About 3%.
Yeah.
So we're going up probably what I consider probably 7% higher than what we have in the past, because every year our CPI was around 3 to 3.5 or something like that.
That's correct.
So now we're hitting a hit. And I understand why the CPI is up there, because our inflation rate is killing us. Okay? And everything else has cost us. And we're coming out of COVID, and thank goodness the federal and state government shoved all this money on us to really screw up the inflation rate even worse. Carrying that in mind, I have a real issue on some of these fees, because not only we got to pay our bills, but I see these increase in your fees, and I'm just trying to get the justification for this, is on the rental of the facilities, the arenas. Those fees also went up, did they not?
Yes.
They did. And your sports field fees also went up, correct?
Yes, and I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I know, but
which
they
one.
went up,
Yes.
because I'm looking at them as the fees all went up. So you went up in the sports fees, and let's see, some of the other fees that went up. A lot of your community services and fees went up, like for the use of Riley Gym and that. All our sports programs, Wayne Macon, the Ingalls Park, the arenas fees went up, and that goes, and they just went up. And that's not your fault, but when we look at the fees, and I know you've asked her, was there any contact done with the users of these fees? I mean, users of these facilities to see how it's going to impact them?
I would have to rely on the department
And
heads
unfortunately, Michelle's not here to see if those fees were here. Patty's not here. I think Alejandro left. So we don't have the feedback on these user fees, correct?
Correct.
From the were these fees looked at by our Park and Recreation Commission?
No, these fees don't go to them.
Okay, so the fees don't come, not even input or nothing back on that. And because we don't have a functional EDAC, this didn't go back to them either to see how these fees would approach them either, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, normally when we do our cost study is, to make sure we have our cost recovery for running these programs and, to be able to sustain the costs and continue with these programs. Now that is up every 5 years. We do a cost study, so that is going to be something going forward. They do recommend that when the fee study is done, you increase it by the CPI to.
Yeah, I know, because it's an easy thing.
Costs.
It's an easy thing. Not picking on you because I understand how it works. The animal shelter, those fees are also went up. Is it true that the animal shelter has always been underwater as far as paying back for its operations? In other words, it's always, all the fees and everything we charge them has never been able to substantiate the operation of the animal shelter.
Close.
Not even close. That was true. So, I mean, it's underwater.
Yes.
And let me see if anything else like that. And I know there are fees increases for the senior center also in there, but to your knowledge, none of these groups or users were contacted, or it would be under Michelle's purview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No more questions. What was that? Oh, I have one on that. On this, well, just hang on. And on the rental of the power and the amperage use up at the park, okay, was it suggested that we use the meter read to determine how much it was rather than the individual? In other words, a group leases or rents Ingalls Park. Each one of those parks are up there. We have meters in each one of those areas, the general meter. So we know how much power they used. Where rather than us have to worry about amperage of hooking up, the guy's got 20 amp, 30 amp, 50 amp services, that we do it on the meter basis and charge back the full group and let them figure out the costs. Was that even suggested?
I would have to ask the facilities director.
Okay, so.
Mayor, the facilities director is on the phone and does have feedback for you.
Okay.
Councilmember Hoffman.
Good. That Amanda?
Amanda? I just got it.
Amanda, could you repeat that? Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We did take into consideration the consideration groups that get a 25% discount for George Ingalls Equestrian Center for the arenas. So for residents and special groups, we do give that consideration of the 25% increase. This was just an overall increase of the 10% CPI, but those groups will still get that 25% discount. As for the amperage of the services, this was also a CPI increase on what we've had existing. It also includes the maintenance of those services. It does include the services as well. So we did take those into considerations, but we did not reach our groups for any sort of commentary on the increase.
Okay, well, Amanda, when I got you here, when you, the the cost and the recovery costs on this power, have we ever recovered all the cost on all the uses of power up there?
Not entirely, no. I think the city's still supplementing the majority of the cost. We don't recover full recovery.
Okay, and I'm not going to pick on you because you wouldn't know, because it's never recovered any cost up there in annual. Remember, we've never been able to cross.
Cost of services were done. The full cost for these fees are much higher than what we have put on the books over the years, because that was a city council policy to set these fees at much lower than the cost of providing the services. So that's always been the case. And then what happens, obviously, that reduced costs do get adjusted by the CPI. But if you go out and study these fees again, for the purposes of full cost recovery, these fees are going to be much substantially higher than what we are looking at here today. So that is in the city council policies, really not to fully recover costs on this, because they understand, you understand that it benefits the community, and that it's never been the intent.
Okay, Lizette, this is my last question. I'll let you go. Do you know how these fees, as compared to other, and this is probably not fair to you or to Amanda, since you know, the other equestrian facilities in the area, how these compare?
I don't. Amanda, would you?
It's so unique what we have up at Ingalls that it's very hard to compare to another municipality. The only thing we could possibly compare it to is to private events or event centers, which charge the full burden of the electrical uses to the client.
So, for example, Riverside Rancheros, have we done a comparison with them? Are we higher or lower? If you don't know, man, that's fine. I understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
Are we higher and lower in our arena fees than Riverside Rancheros, which I know is a privately ran facility? But it's the closest thing we have to compare.
Because it's not a municipality, I can go back and speak with Patty to see if she has any further research on that.
Yeah, here she is. You're going to find it's lower, but that's fine. I understand. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ted. Lisette, moving away from the recreation in Ingalls Park, overall development fees, historically, we're higher than a lot of cities in our area. Is that still the case? This is on planning fees, development fees.
Mostly impact fees.
Impact.
But this is not what we're talking about today. It's not impact fees. We are not recommending any changes to the impact fees.
But we are in the planning division.
Yeah, those are operating type permit and type charges, not the development impact fees.
Right.
Where we are substantially higher, and we haven't made any changes to those over the last several years.
Well, let's just say a variance. I mean, our variance is commercial $3,200, residential $2,700. What has changed in the scope of work of a variance to justify a 10% increase?
The consumer price index increase. Employees are being paid more. Cost of anybody providing services related to that is costing more. That's what that
Are our employees being paid more than last year for the same variance?
To extent, yes, that they have their pay go up, they have their benefits go up, they have their health insurance go up. Those are costs that go into the pool of determining what happens in the CPI, and that's what we are doing, is applying that CPI to elements.
But the mechanics haven't changed. The work remains the same.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
and the unit cost is what has gone up.
Thank you, Andy. Do we have any cards?
I have one speaker card, Bonnie Slager.
Thank you, Lisette.
Sort of hard to hear all of this, but I think you said for Corydon staging, the rate would be $89. Currently, half of Corydon staging is fenced off for the construction, so you've upped the cost of renting Corydon, and we only get half of the staging area. It seems like as long as part of Corydon is fenced off, plus if I rent Corydon, I don't get exclusive use to it. Anybody else can come in and park there. So it seems like you're charging me an awful lot to use half or less of a facility. I would suggest that you cut the fee in half until that fencing goes away and the entire staging area is available to rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
Thank you, Dana. Bring it back for council discussion and action. Ted, anything else?
Yeah, and based upon this, and I'm looking at it, and I know you delved into the planning stuff, but I understand the 10%. I understand the city trying to recover this, but is this the right time to do it? We just, not only did, we as a nation come out of COVID, the city, and the cost of fuel, the cost of doing business, and we're asking our residents and especially those with young people to pay an additional fee for their kids to play in a facility. Yes, it is expensive, but I don't think this is the time to throw a 10% increase on those fees. We just all attended the Horsetown USA induction. There were young people in that group in writing that are using Ingalls. They've went up there and they're using the facilities, and they're doing it because that's what this town's about, is to make it affordable for these kids, a place to go. Kevin, I'm going to steal your line. If we can't keeping kids busy, then we're going to have a hard time keeping them out of the back of a patrol car. And that's what I'm thinking on the sporting fee. We have no business raising these fees for sporting and youth activities, and even our seniors are hurting. Not this time. Earlier in this tonight, we did a budget. We had our budget session. And as far as I'm concerned, the American Rescue fans, if we want to find a place for that money, supplement it for this increase on these kids programs that we have until our economy recovers. Because I'm not going to vote for something where I raise fees on these sporting events. Some of those business things I understand, but not where it comes to the kids. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ted. Robin? Catherine?
Yeah, I was going to ask about not increasing or even lowering the fees on the open space rentals and the picnic shelter rentals. Those are rented by families for celebrations. I looked at the city of Norco. Theirs are generally $60. The new fee would be $96 just to rent a shelter. And I know families who don't rent them and then just hope that nobody's there and show up and have their party. And I think honestly, if our fees would be a little lower, maybe more people would rent them because it would be a little more affordable. And that's just quite a bit of money for folks who are just throwing a simple little party at the park. Especially the other, we've had 3 rentals of open space in 3 years. That's not very many for, and then with Councilmember Hoffman's, if we wanted to not increase fees on youth sports and youth programs at this time, I would be fine with that. I don't know that I think we can just do that out of our general fund at this time. I don't think, that's going to make or break the budget. When I did the math on, not increasing the fee based on usage, it would be a loss of potential $312. So that's not very much.
Kevin?
You know, when I was on the Park and Rec Commission, we spent a year going over fees as we raised them, and so I'm a little, I think it was Ted, I like the idea that it goes before Park and Rec when we talk about these fees. You know, we build these parks for the people, and I know we don't expect to recover the full burden because we build the parks for the people. We try to cover some of the costs, but we have to expect that some of this we're going to cover. I'm also, the one that really bothers me though is the satellite parking $500. You know, we spent a lot of money on Silver Lakes, a lot of staff time, and I feel like this was directed at Silver Lakes because one of their models now is they're going to start using satellite parking because we're being very difficult with them in terms of on-site parking. And they're actually, to my way of thinking, they're our partners. And they're also paying us a lot of money every month, you know, now that we're past the pandemic time, but they struggled. And so there's a part of me that goes, okay, $500, that's a lot of money. And I don't like the gym costs. I mean, as an old coach there, I get that we're trying to recover some of the costs for what we put into the gymnasium, but Catherine makes a very good point. The amount of money we're going to get for a travel team coming in, because, you know, understand, when I first started coaching, we could go to the elementary schools. That's gone. We could go, most people don't know. Do you know we help pay for we paid a big percentage of the pool at Norco High School? And what they say is because of the programming with all of the club sports, there's no time for the rec. And one of my big concerns is the teenagers gravitating toward the club sports. I'm more in the loss of recreational sports because the parents figure out about age 12 or 13, little Johnny's not going to be Babe Ruth. And so the kids drop out. So you got a group of volunteers that are killing themselves to get teenagers into the rec end because they don't feel like they're good, or they don't have the money to do team sports. And so I just feel like we're throwing up another barrier to, okay, so they do travel and they come in from Corona. What's the big deal as long as they're not doing programming when our rec sports are going? But what if, I've seen it happen many times, especially in softball, you'll have a group of girls that maybe can't afford a club team or a travel team, and all of a sudden they feel like they're good enough to go and become a lower level travel team. Well, now all of a sudden, maybe a percentage of the girls are from another city. So now they can't really afford to be on one of the, quote, good teams, but they've been able to pull it together so that they can play on maybe, one of the lower levels in one of the less competitive leagues. And now we're going to hit them with all these fees. And I guess I totally understand we're trying to recover costs, but we're here to serve the community. And in terms of Silver Lakes, I just feel like we're forgetting it almost killed Andy. It almost killed me. I mean, it was a battle, and now I just feel like we're just making it so hard for them to stay in business. It's not even funny. So my recommendation I think this needs to go before the Park and Rec Commission. I think it needs to go to EDAC, even though they may not be functional. But I think that we really need to do some outreach to the public to see if people are going to go for this. And I'm just not going to vote for the satellite parking. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Well, a couple of things. That's what I like about you, Kevin. We can agree and disagree. I don't know if we can pick and choose on who to charge fees to and who not to charge fees to. I would have a totally different opinion on the satellite parking. That's a business, you know, it's paid by a promoter, a developer, and there's a recoverable cost for them. I think what concerns me is that it's the impact on the residents, as far as when we talk about our parks, our arenas, things like that. But I have a lot of respect for Andy and Lisette, so don't take it the wrong way, but this kind of hits me as the wisdom that's in state government and federal government right now, that, you know, we have problems with inflation, so the best thing we can do is tax corporations, tax people more money, and maybe that'll work. And it's not going to work. This is just going to make the use of these facilities, and it's going to just kind of add maybe to slowing down development. So I don't support a 10% increase across the board whatsoever. So that's my 2 cents on this. So once again, I'll go ahead and the recommendation is to adopt resolution 2022-29.
No, I get where our city council is. How to recover costs. That's a business decision, political decision. Charge our residents these fees, or can we charge them a lower fee? Those two separate things. Charge them lower fees. In fact, that's been the tradition why these things don't do the full cost recovery. Taxes, I disagree with that. There are user fees. You don't use that facility, you don't pay that. No tax. Actually have any option. So yeah, city council wants to increase fees on city facilities and things like that. That's absolutely prerogative to to some extent are supported by tax dollars, right? Okay, that is what people live comes as part of the quality of life issues. But the concept of trying to recover fees, though, you calculate what is their cost, because these are user fees. And for the full cost of that, this is what that cost is. You don't have to charge it. I think the guy who does this fee schedule.
So my comment to that would then be, Andy, you know, Ted brought up earlier, last year we had a 3% increase. What if we look at, for lack of a better term, forbearance on that? What about a lower rate?
Well, that sounds like the only fees that we are discussing are really the community services fees. So if there are no other qualms about the increase on the other ones, it's perhaps a motion on if it's the entire community services and facilities maintenance, or if we want to, what I've heard from my fellow council members is youth sports, the youth programs, gym costs, shelter rental, open space, and then like arena rentals for our equestrians.
What about public works fees, planning fees?
I'm okay with those.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, but that also affects our residents too.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Ted.
I'm, you know, in a couple months ago when we met with Waste Management, and we talked about that 10% CPI because it was being kicked around. That's why it was 8 and it was going up to 10. And they knew that at that time what was told us is they weren't going to try to do a 10% CPI on the increase in fees, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time they threw the 3% number out there. People understand it's going to cost. Oh, well, okay, so Glenda didn't tell us the truth, did she?
Well, we asked them to go back and consider whether they could offer something lower, and
Well, that even makes this Andy, actually that gives me a little more faith that I don't think we should do any more than 3% across the board on any of these raises. That to me is 10% is crazy as far as I'm. So if you want to entertain a motion, either we do none or for this year, and
some of these fees are going to be passed on to developers, to, they're not all residents in terms of this is a fee they need to pay when we have buildings that are being built that are optional buildings on people's property, or we're having other organizations come in, like, if we have Waste Management who's coming with a 10% increase, a CPI, we're going to also be losing money if we're cutting it across the board for every person that's going to be coming in that needs to pull plans or get different items. And there's not a million, but there's a number of things that are in here that are covered.
And Catherine, I understand it. My problem is those are also increasing those fees will also tell some people not to develop, or they'll walk away and find somebody else, who some cities are cheaper fees. And so, let me look at it this way. I'm going to make a motion that we send this back to Park and Recs, and we send this back and then bring it back. We don't need this approved until July 1st, but I think we need to look at the fees and see what the difference is and how much we're going to lose if we lower the rate or don't charge them at all. So that's my motion.
Park and Rec doesn't have any purview with respect to the type of fee Catherine is talking about.
Well, no, I know the planning department and things like that, but I'm just... No, they don't look at fees. You just look at cost recovery. I'm gonna rescind that motion, and to me, I just assume until we get a better grasp on this economy, I'm gonna recommend that we keep the fees as they are and review it at mid-year level, and that's my motion.
Issue of Silver Lakes, I just want to clarify my point. I appreciate what the mayor has stated. No, he rescinded it.
He made another motion.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I feel like we are their partners. They're more than just a business. What they've done is they have created an entire financial network for the city of Norco. All those hotels would not be here. They're hiring, they're employing people. And let's face it, if they go belly up, I had this discussion with the Eastville folks. Everybody thinks these businesses just will stay forever. Well, it don't happen. They were closed for how many months? And they pay us a huge amount of money when they pay it, and they couldn't during the pandemic. And I just feel like we need to understand that if they go belly up, we own it. And what are we going to do with that? Do you really think we can run that? And so I just feel like at every turn we're doing everything we can in many ways to get in their way. And I think, this satellite parking thing is just another example of getting in their way. It's not like every other business. It's something that's actually an economic driver for the entire region, and Norco in particular. So
Yeah, I don't want to belabor that. I mean, I agree with you on being an economic driver, but it's also a public safety issue. It's a life safety issue. Right. Yeah, it's just, we'll go on all night about that. I'm just wanting to go back to this overall, that I think it's just kind of, it's not only certain fees, okay? And that's why I was kind of looking at, like in some of the fees in planning, economic development. Look how hard, Kevin, you work to get companies to come in here and film in Norco, okay? You work hard at that, and that's a hard task to get that interest. Really think we should raise that fee for filming? I don't. You know, if a resident wants to go out and get an additional animal unit, we're going to raise that fee also. I mean, so all these other fees, they all affect residents in certain ways. So you want to reword your recommendation? I'm fine with that. Go ahead and make the motion.
Okay, the motion is to recommend no increases, no changes until this gets mid-year. We bring it back and we do mid-year budget.
Second.
And motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Grubmeyer and Councilmember Alleman voting no.
Okay. Thank you, Dana. Okay, item 5C.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For item 5C, I just have a very quick report to give. At the last City Council meeting of May 4th, Mayor Newton made a motion to agendize an item at the next regular meeting, which would be today, to discuss the postponement of observance-related proclamation presentations due to meeting time constraints. Staff has prepared a staff report with background information and is requesting direction from the City Council at this time.
Thank you. Dana, do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards on this item.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, I did not communicate this item very well. And so I would like to make a motion right now to just leave things as they are presently. Second. I have a motion and a second.
Motion carries. Thank you. Just a reminder that we have just a couple more weeks for our annual recruitment. We have a position on Parks and Recreation Commission, 2 on the Planning Commission, and 1 on Streets and Trails that are open. And I'm accepting applications until May 31st. So please, community, step up, put your applications in and participate in your community. Thank you.
I was waiting for Andy to reply. Yeah, I have reached out to Chief Beck back there. If you weren't familiar, the coastal fire last week caused quite a bit of damage to homes up in the along the beach in Orange County. And one of the reasons I brought this up is the fact that the close proximity of those homes to each other. When I look at this and I'm thinking, okay, in my area where I live, I'm in a high fire area because I changed insurance company because of that. The right behind me is a very high area. So I was looking to the housing area, and I just would like to see, and I see Alma, I don't know where she went, is perhaps get together and find out when we do these housing in areas we have in the city of Norco, all along the ridge and all the way to the river, we have a very high fire zone according to the Cal Fire Marshal. It's on their map. And along the riverbed and the bluffs, we have high areas. So those are areas that normally you would not have high density homes, or you'd make sure there was adequate fire spacing. So maybe we might want to look at that in our zoning and our approvals of housing in the future. So if I can get staff to kind of look at that to see what we can come up with as far as that goes, is what we're going to look at. Andy, does that make sense? Just to have them figure out where we're at with our density in some of these areas where the high fire, and work with the fire marshal on that to see if just trying to prevent a situation where we have homes so close together the firemen can't defend them. That's just to take a look at it. Thank you.
Yeah, two things. First one, I forgot to mention today I represented Counsel in the city of Norco at the End of Watch Memorial, commemorating the deputy sheriffs in Riverside County that have lost their lives in service. It was an incredible event. I mean, it was very moving. It's beautiful. It's over by Fairmount Park, the American Legion, and I've never seen so many deputies in one place. I mean, it was pretty amazing. And then I was very proud of the fact that the mounted unit is primarily composed of Norco residents. So I was pretty happy about that. I got to take a picture with them. And then finally, Mr. Mayor, can we figure out how we will approach Congressman Calvert on the high transmission lines? If you could, however you want to do it, I think it needs to be unified. So maybe talk to Andy, or I don't think we need a motion for that, do we? Because we're already involved in, so if you, yeah.
Sorry, last time we met with the congressman about that also, so.
And we do have time constraints, so.
Correct.
Yep, all right.
All right, we can bring you into that. Well, just a couple of things. Sergeant and our set deputy, I just want to compliment you on solving that burglary of Norco businesses. You, I know you worked real hard, and I would just like to the quote that you gave me a few weeks ago when I knew you were going to get that guy is when you told me he had pissed you off. So all I can do is thank you for all your good work. And then a question for Chad. Where are we at with our neighbors to the north in the signalization at Silver Lakes, as far as a traffic study or any movement?
There has been no discussion or since our last meeting with East Valley at their office, which you were part of. So there hasn't been any movement yet as far as any additional options or next steps.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, I spoke with RJ. He is going to be widening the opening to Silver Lakes. He's done with them.
Mm-hmm.
And so he has decided that he is going to be moving his palm trees, and he's going to be looking at making 4 more or 3 more, 2 more. He's going to widen the entire entrance.
The main entrance.
So he has to figure out how he can do that. He's going to be approaching the city about it. And
okay.
I just talked to him last week about that.
So are we putting the signalization on the shelf for the time being?
I don't know.
It's currently still planned in the budget because it hadn't been determined
Okay.
what our next steps would be. It was still going to be part of the discussion.
All right.
In the CIP discussion to figure out whether we want to keep it there and with the intent of still discussing it and figure out what could be done on the north area because it's not dead. It's just we haven't had a lot of discussions to kind of figure out RJ's future plans with
Okay.
that north portion, how it would be done, what we might do differently. So we've purposely left it in the budget to have that discussion when it comes to council.
All right. We okay with that? Keeping that traffic study, right?
Yep.
And
Yeah, keep.
right. Okay. I still want to keep that thought open though for that signalization, but I don't believe we're going to end up have a workable partnership. You agreeing with me tonight on that? Okay. If there's not anything else, thank you. Have a good evening. We're adjourned.